Oh, hey man, you ready to get out there and do a killer show tonight?
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm just trying to use the bathroom, Julian. I mean, I used it, and now I'm washing my hands.
Yeah, just we're about to go on. I'm excited. It's
Okay.
I don't know.
I mean,
energy, getting the energy up. Like.
I don't have that. I don't do that. I just come in and I'm just like, oh, here I am.
Yeah, I admire that about you. I've got to really psych myself up to get out there.
That's fair. I had like 4 hours of sleep, so that's good. That's good.
That's all you need. That's more than enough.
Yeah. I mean, really, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about you, but I don't really have a problem with this.
Wait, you hear that?
No. What?
Coming from the fourth stall.
I mean, is it like there's like water running? Maybe.
No. I'm hearing voices. I'm hearing that voice again.
I mean, I don't.
You don't hear that?
No. Everybody keeps talking about the fourth stall thing. I mean, maybe
you don't hear that shit.
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
It's fucking demonic as shit, dude.
I mean, maybe
I just peed and I want to wet myself.
Maybe it's because I don't believe in ghosts that I don't hear it.
I mean, but I don't think it's a ghost. I think it's a demon.
But I mean, demon, ghosts. What's the difference, really?
Big effing difference. But you don't watch horror movies.
I mean, I've watched Ghost Hunters before, and I think that's what made me not believe in ghosts. Anyway, I mean, listen, if you're having like a real issue with it, you should who actually does know about this stuff. As weird as it is, Jacob Washington has dealt with this stuff before. So
really,
you try calling him. Maybe he knows how to do something. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. It might be more ghost oriented than demon oriented, but
it's worth a shot, man.
It's worth a shot.
Freaked out. I don't like this.
Ghosts and demons probably the same thing. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Then I'll do that a little later on the show.
Okay.
We gotta get out of here. We gotta start this show.
I guess.
Live from beautiful downtown Bastrop, it's time for the Stage Select, starring Julian Titus and Justin Ham.
What could this possibly be? Seems a lot like a podcast. Wonder what specifically talking about video games. With your hosts, you're in good hands. Not more of the same. Now we'll jump right in. So expect the unexpected and more. Now we'll get grooving. Never know who's gonna walk through the door. There just might be some strategy in this. Just having fun with our special guest. Time for Stage Select.
And here are your hosts, Julian Titus and Justin Ham.
Welcome, one and all, to the Stage Select. I'm Julian Titus.
And I'm Justin Ham. I don't have much today, but you know what I do have? Hands. I got them. Why do I have them, Julian?
Because they are not mine; they are your own. And I mean, we already did that.
Yeah,
for
we
one
did
of
that
these,
bit.
But
yeah, I forgot that was a Jewel song. Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
that's extra funny. Actually,
no, I mean I remember it, but I was like, why did I? But never mind. I've been thinking about hands just in the past 5 minutes. It's kind of weird.
They look like big, strong hands, don't they?
Not really. They're my hands are small, I know, but
No. My hand, like they're big and rocky, and you think that they can hold on to things, and it's a Never-Ending Story reference, Justin.
Oh, I never honestly watched Never-Ending Story.
How?
Never actually watched it.
I never sought out to watch that movie willingly.
Yeah.
And I have somehow seen it like 15 times.
Yeah, I just never watched it. to be honest with you. I know it used to be on TV all the time, but I never watched like the movie channels. Like if there was a
beyond like when I was in school,
yeah,
it was like they must have shown that movie to us at school like at least 3 times.
You know the movie that I have seen a billion fucking times that I never actually wanted to see. And I think this is like just our difference in age right here. Like that I could see being yours, right? Never Ending Story. Ours was fucking Matilda.
Oh yeah. See, I've never seen Matilda.
There you go. I've seen Matilda I don't know how many fucking times because every fucking grade there would just be like one day where you came in and like once every, you know, half a year where they're like, "Hey guys, we're just going to watch Matilda today and we're just going to chill out." And I was like, "All right, I guess I'll watch Matilda for the 8th time in my life." So yeah, that's a thing.
There was one year when we watched E.T. and it was an interesting thing because it was like so in elementary school we had, you know, it was like there was like the end of the wing where my grade was. There was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 classes, and so they had like I think all the classes like come out to watch E.T. And then like about halfway through, like when things start to get like, you know, emotional, like most of the girls had to be like taken back into the classrooms to go recover. Yeah. Because they were bawling their eyes out.
You'll have that. Yeah.
That just unlocked a very distinct sense of
memory. You know what's funny? I was just talking about this with somebody today. They showed us Saving Private Ryan when I was in high school. And I believe you had to get a waiver signed by your parents to watch it.
Sounds about right.
Because of like especially like just the opening. It was like, well, it was World War II time in the class I was in, and they were just like, "Hey, do you want to? We're gonna watch this, but you got to go to a thing, and if you don't, you got to go sit out in the hall."
And that makes sense. High school class, there was probably
it was
history related, right? Like
it was social studies. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, and also like you still get a waiver. That makes sense,
right?
You know what doesn't make sense, Justin, is being a 6th grader and doing a unit on science fiction, and then the movie they decide to show to end the science fiction unit is Aliens.
Aliens.
Yes, in 6th grade.
That's fine. That's totally fine. I don't see that traumatizing anyone, you know?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
It's good.
That was actually my first rated R movie.
I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah.
So I have a distinction, like my first rated R movie and then the first rated R movie that I saw in the theater, right, which was True Lies with my mom. Yeah. Because, you know, the trailers looked awesome, right, and you know that was when Arnold was like firing on all cylinders, and so she took me to go see it, and honestly, like I still don't really understand why that movie's rated R. And the only thing that I can think of is the body count. I think that there must have been like some sort of thing where like if a certain number of people die, it just automatically becomes rated R. Yeah. It doesn't have like a lot of language. It doesn't have gore. It doesn't have nudity. It does have the Jamie Lee Curtis strip scene, but like you can, you know, they show that on TV. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's true. They did show that on TV. So yeah, I don't know.
And so that's the only thing that I can think of is that it just comes down to sheer number of people that die. Because it was the same thing with the Judge Dredd movie, the Sylvester Stallone one.
Right.
Where, again, not a lot of cussing, not a lot of blood or gore or anything like that, but really high body count.
Right. Yeah, no, I guess that makes sense. They showed us. I remember seeing that in high school, and I think everybody got a waiver because you didn't want to sit out in the hallway. But I remember people like I was fine. I didn't care, but I remember people having a visceral reaction when the guy like picks up an arm at the beginning and like people would be like, "Oh God!" And I'm just like, I started laughing at everyone because that's what I do. It was funny to me anyway. But Never Ending Story, I've never seen it actually. But I do. The one thing interesting about Never Ending Story that I do remember is when I was in a band. I remember one of our songs, the guitar player just stole a riff from fucking Never Ending Story and nobody noticed. It was great until he told us all later. He's like, no, it's just there's a part in Never Ending Story where it just does and he's like, that's what he stole. And it was great.
Yeah. Well, you know, because in their version it's dun 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 dun, but in our version it's dun 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 digga dun dun.
Yeah.
Dun 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 digga dun dun.
Well, to be honest with
that's a very. There's certain people who.
Oh, I get it. That was the.
No, I
knew.
I knew you would. Yeah,
that was the Vanilla Ice defense. Yes,
it's one of the best things of the 90s.
Oh man, it's pretty good. It is pretty good.
Well, before we get too far into it, a couple big things. One, we do have a winner for the next Suffer Select. For next month's Suffer Select, or I guess this month's Suffer Select, what is time but a construct? Mm-hmm. We will be playing Siberia. So thank you to everybody who voted and been breaking the tie.
Oh, Siberia. All right, good. Yes. All right. Yes. Excellent. What was the other one that it was up against?
Ultima 9.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know much about Ultima 9. So
I know it's an RPG. I did see enough to see that one's actually like a polygonal one. Because I didn't even know.
I didn't even know they got that far in that. Yeah. That's okay. That's interesting.
Yeah. But interesting enough that I might actually throw that into another Suffer Select poll later on down the line.
Actually, yeah, keep it in mind for sure. No, but Siberia is going to be interesting. Oh shit.
Yeah, the only thing that I saw of that one was on the Steam page, like it had like the.
Is it on Steam? Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah, and it's. I don't think it's a PS. I don't think it came out on PS1. Actually, I'm not sure, but it's PS1 ass era.
Oh yeah, no, it was right around the PS1 for sure. 94. It was a little bit before, but it was a PC game.
Okay.
Primarily. Oh boy, are you in for some shit? I know what to expect, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Excellent. Well, let's go ahead and plan on playing that and we'll record that next week.
Sounds good. Sounds fine to me.
And then the other thing, Justin, the Phantom has been just egregious lately. He struck 2 weeks in a row. What people don't know is that he struck tonight before we actually even got rolling.
He's on a roll. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. I've been talking about it for weeks, and I finally did it. I had gone through a very lengthy vetting process.
Absolutely.
I finally found someone to come in as our head of security and get to the bottom of this Phantom shit.
Oh,
Justin.
Okay. All right.
So you want to come in here? I stepped onto the stage to meet my new employers. A fat one stunk of desperation and sadness. Skinny one looked like he belonged backstage at a Black Sabbath concert. But these guys were going to be my new employers, and they were paying for the best. Hello, gents.
Are you insulting me? I'm confused. But hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. My name is Richard Harden, private detective.
Okay, great.
So Richard is, he's a very established detective. I thought we'd kind of kill two birds with one stone. He's going to work security for us, but he also kind of get to the bottom of finding the Phantom and finding out who the Phantom is. The Phantom, even the name brought back memories of capes and masks. We all wore masks in some way or another,
right?
Every one of us. Just wearing masks and never revealing our true selves, not to ourselves, certainly not to each other. So yeah, I'm gonna be looking around.
Richard,
I'll be in the background.
I don't mean to cut you off here. So the Phantom then, or
no? I have no idea who the Phantom is.
Well, you said the name rang a bell or bad.
I didn't say any such thing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm sorry. I mean, I've been hanging out with our resident janitor Abramo, and I may have gotten something secondhand from him, so I apologize.
No, it's understandable. I'll actually be meeting with each and every one of you as we go through, and I'll be taking statements and corroborating evidence. And
just so you know, Abramo is allowed to do mushrooms in the bathroom. I told him he's allowed.
Well, I mean, it's your show, so I won't step on your toes.
Right? Yeah, that's fair. I just, I don't want him to. I'm looking out for him. I'm looking out for him.
No, that's fine. Anyway, it's good to meet you guys. I'm going to go ahead and start to get to work.
Excellent.
I took my leave of the two morons that are now employing me.
Okay. You
took a drag on my cigarette. This is going to be a shit show.
You can't.
They were paying good money.
You can't smoke in here. Actually.
I got to work.
If I can't smoke in here, you can't. Okay.
All right. So that was our new head of security.
He can't.
Richard Harden,
he can't,
private detective.
Why am I not allowed to smoke and he is? This is bullshit.
It was in his retainer.
I'm pretty sure it's a law in a state that you can't do. Well, then again, we are like a private. How does that work? Are we private or public? I don't really.
Oh, we're absolutely private.
Okay, well, all right, then I guess I can. I guess I'm just not allowed. It's just a rule for me. That's fine. That's great.
It was by special dispensation, or just I don't even know what the word I'm trying to say.
Dispensation.
Yes, there you go. That. Yeah.
I don't know if that's a word or not. Somebody can tell us later on.
Yeah. But Richard will be around doing his thing.
Okay, great. That's good. I hope he finds the true culprit behind this. We all want to catch the guy who did this. We do, yeah. I have also taken extra measures on my own to try to try to make sure that the Phantom does not rear his ugly head again. But it's just getting out of hand. I mean, it'll happen, but we're just hoping for less, I mean,
yes. You
can't stop crime, but you can sometimes stop it.
Yeah.
Justin Ham. That's
2024.
Yeah, that's right. That's when I said it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, he's almost becoming like the third host, and that's too much.
It's a little bit much, so, yeah. I agree.
Yeah. He definitely seems to have a flair for the dramatic, and so maybe he just needs to get his own show one day. But this is not that day.
Does he wear a mask? Richard said something about he wear a mask.
I don't know what you're talking about. He didn't say anything about a mask.
All right, well, okay. Fuck me then.
Now that we've got those things taken care of, I think I'll kick things off, Justin, because I kind of have like a sandwich for the stuff that I did.
What kind of sandwich?
A game sandwich.
I don't know if that sounds very tasty.
It depends.
Okay, well, fair.
I'm not going in order, but I wanted to start with this and then end with it.
Okay,
because
sure.
I'm going to talk about final thoughts up front, and then the last bit is going to be like full spoilers, because I decided I don't want to do a full spoiler cast, but I do need to say my piece about the game.
Right.
So when we get there, I'll make another warning when we get there. But if you guys just want to skip to the next timestamp, if you don't want spoilers,
Julian's going to. I'll spoil it for Julian. Not just what he's going to talk about. Julian's going to talk about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and he's going to tell me.
I was about to say it.
I know.
I was going to say it.
I know, but I wanted to say it. He's going to tell me. I haven't finished it, but he's going to tell me what happens because I don't care.
And because I legit want to save you from.
I know. I've been meaning, and I probably still will watch it actually, because why not?
I'm actually going to go back and watch because No Cat, if you're a patron, they've been playing it, like they've just been posting like a completely unedited playthrough of it.
Fair.
And they were loving it. I kind of stopped listening to it because they were like so effusive about it, and I was like, this is getting a little out of hand.
Yeah.
But I've gotten the impression that they're not that pleased with how it ends, so I want to go back and watch like the last bit of it to see what their thoughts are on that. But so one thing is that I will say, I played around more with my PS5 Pro. I installed the disk drive, which was actually surprisingly easy.
I believe you.
I kind of thought it was going to be a little bit more involved than that. And I will say that Rebirth was a distinct improvement.
Okay,
like that,
great.
I could completely tell, because I remember when I started playing the game at launch, I realized about 20 hours in that I was playing it in like graphics mode and not performance.
Yes.
And I was like, oh, let me turn on performance mode and see what that's like. And I did that, and I was like, no. Like, it was super smooth, but like it looked like, I don't know, it looked like it was like the screen was smeared with Vaseline. Like it looked so like out of focus and blurry.
Yeah, it is, because I played it in that, for the most part, performance mode, and it is a little bit like that. So yeah, I can see that.
So now it's like you know, it looks even better than the graphics mode did before, but it's also running
actually
nice and
runs
smooth.
It. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, so it's actually doing the thing that Cerny was talking about. I think the only thing that I noticed that, and this actually is a nitpick thing that does take me out of games when I see it, is a lot more pop-up. Or a lot more pop in than I noticed before.
Yeah, you'll have
very close pop in. If it's off in the distance, I don't really care. But when it's like full on, like plants are appearing, you know, like 10 feet in front of you, it's like that really distracts me and kind of takes me out of the moment in a game.
Dragon Age Veilguard does that when you turn the graphics down a lot. Like when the way have been running it for a while, like as soon as I turned like a lot of the options off on it, it was just like, oh, wow, everything's just popping into place every now and then, but I'm just trying to get through it at this point. I know it looks good if I turn everything on, so fuck it. But yeah.
And it's not a deal breaker by any means.
Not.
It's just distracting.
You notice it. You do. I totally get it. Drives me insane in Skyrim, and so I try to fix it, you know, but it doesn't work because it's such an old fucking game. But yeah, I get it.
And so, you know, I was determined to finish this game. And I felt that, like, you know, the PS5 Pro, like, definitely gave me a good excuse to power through it. Because, like, I mean, you know, not that it wasn't like a showpiece before for the graphics, but, like, I do remember thinking, like, oh, just like Remake, like, there's some weird inconsistencies with the way this game looks, where parts of it look incredible, and then parts of it are like, ooh, that doesn't feel like the way that a Final Fantasy game should look, if that makes any sense. But now, you know, like, totally not an issue.
Yeah.
And where I had left off was right before traveling to Cosmo Canyon.
Okay.
And I made two distinct changes. I was like, I am turning the difficulty down to easy.
There you go.
Before I even jumped back in, I just did it like from the. I was like, I'm not even going to mess with trying to remember.
I had started the game on easy because I was like, I remember not liking the combat in Remake, the original one, very much.
Yeah.
Like, it's fine. It's just like there's too much going on for me, and I just get frustrated with it. So I just immediately turned it down. I was like, just start here. I don't care.
And then the other thing was I was like, I am critical pathing this sumbitch the rest of the way, that was the right call, because I had forgotten how much Chadley fills me with white hot rage.
That's
and
fair.
The more of the side content you do, the more more of Chadley you have to deal with.
Yeah.
And
it's not that interesting for the most part. There's a couple
I've heard that
things.
The proto relic stuff is like actually like the stuff that you want to see.
Is the proto relic stuff like the one where it like transports you into like a game world or something like that? There's one that
there's a bunch of different parts to it. So one of it was like you actually play like you get sucked into the game of
Fort Condor.
Yeah,
okay, I played that one. Yeah.
Well, but there's a bunch of different parts to it. The part that I had decided to bounce off of was there was a mini game that involved like killing these cactuars, and like I thought I was doing fine, and then they were like, "Oh no, you're not even good enough to get like the C rating. So fuck you." And I was like, "Well, fuck you."
Yeah.
But it was getting kind of interesting because like it seemed like Gilgamesh was involved somehow.
Yes, I remember that. Yes.
Yeah. So I did kind of want to see that stuff, but you know, more mini game shenanigans and more Chadley talking in my ear, and I'm like, no, it's fine.
I get it.
And I will say, combat wise, on easy, it actually feels kind of how I feel the game should be on normal.
Right.
Like things stagger at a better rate where it doesn't feel annoying.
Yeah.
And there's still a lot going on, and I maintain that I think that all of the systems that these two games have would be much more fun and interesting if they were fully turn-based.
Yeah,
and I keep because I don't like the fact that like the ATB system is like you use that for everything. So that means, you know, like you have to use it if you want to use an item, or if you want to use a spell, or if you want to use an ability. And it's like, and I found myself like almost never using spells because I'm like, but these abilities are going to stagger enemies faster most of the time. And I don't know, like, I think if I could somehow blend the combat of the remakes and 16, that's actually a battle system that I'm super into.
Okay.
Like maybe what's the remakes need to have is you keep the ATB system for using items and spells, but then abilities are on cooldowns. Mm-hmm. Like maybe something along those lines, because like there's times when it feels like you just don't have, you can't do anything but attack. And like Aerith in particular is so goddamn slow.
Yeah.
And, you know, because one thing that I hadn't really clicked with in Remake that I had in the first half of Rebirth was, oh, you really got to switch between characters to build up their ATB meters faster.
Yeah.
And especially, and the reason that it worked for me in Rebirth was those synergy moves, because you have to do abilities to stack up those stocks for synergy moves, right? So it forced me to actually switch characters more often. But every time that I would switch to Aerith, I'm like, oh God, all she can do are these stupid little like light show things, and her bar seems to fill like about a quarter of the speed of everybody else, and so I'm just like basically just like button mashing, waiting for her to like fill her bar up once so that I can do something, so I can get off of her and switch to somebody that's actually fun to play as.
I just stayed Tifa the entire time when I play it, and I just punch things. And that's what I do.
I mean, that's not a bad way to go, because you know, Tifa's Tifa.
Yeah.
And Tifa's ATB meter like fills so quickly.
Oh yeah.
Like, you just have like an abundance.
You're just constantly doing stuff. It's kind of fun. She's definitely my favorite to play as.
And there's a synergy move that you can unlock where it turns your ATB gauge into 3 segments instead of 2. And I kind of feel like it should just be that way by default.
Possibly. Yeah.
The net value of that is that it also means that each segment fills up faster. Mm-hmm. Because the game just kind of, it's a weird like thing where parts of it feel too fast and parts of it feel too slow. I don't know. Right. It's hard for me to describe. Not a fan. And when I got to Cosmo Canyon, I finally realized what my issue has been with Rebirth in particular. Okay. Because I do like it. Like now that I'm finished with it, I like it overall better than Remake. But I also think that it's kind of a cowardly game.
Okay.
Which I'll get into in the spoilers part. It feels like instead of making a really richly designed modern rendition of areas that we all know extremely well and very intimately, they made an amusement park version of them.
Yeah, I could see that. Mm-hmm.
And that was made so abundantly clear when I got to Cosmo Canyon in the tiny Bronco.
Okay.
Because at a certain point of the game, they're just like, yeah, we didn't want to have you like actually like traverse from area to area, so we're just going to fly you there. We're just going to skip over this entire part of the game. They do it a basically the last half of the game is like the Cliff's Notes version of Disc 1.
Huh. Weird.
Very weird. Once I landed at the Cosmo Canyon airstrip, because there's airstrips now. Because once you get the
have
Bronco,
the tiny Bronco.
Yeah.
You don't even have that yet in that game, in that part of the game, right? In the original, you don't. You get there in the car.
Right. Yeah. You take the buggy to Cosmo Canyon,
and it breaks down outside of it. Mm-hmm. That's the gimmick.
Yeah. You don't get the tiny Bronco until you go to Rocket Town after Nibelheim.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But so I will put this in this part that you don't go to Rocket Town.
Yeah.
It's not in this game. I'm assuming it's going to be in the second one, but there's a part where Sid talks about like why he joined Shinra, and he never mentions going to space. He just talks about wanting to be a pilot. So
this is,
his whole reason for being in the original game does not seem to be his reason for being anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to change that when we get to the final, game in the trilogy, but
there's a lot of shit where it's so fucking confusing. I wouldn't have done it the way they did it. I mean,
I would not have either.
I'm cool if you want to change do some wild swings story wise, with whatever the hell's going on with Zack and all that bullshit. I have no idea, but like that seems an interesting part. I don't know where they're going with any of that stuff. That all the weird stuff from the first one with the little spirit guys and shit like that. It seemed like maybe they had a plan there, but now it's like, but maybe they didn't, and they just are doing some weird shit that I am not a big fan of.
Yeah, and I've got fundamental issues with that, but I can't really get into it until we
until
get to
the spoilers
section.
Right, absolutely.
But my thing is that, like, if I never want, and I've said this many times, I said this on Nerds Without Pants, I said it like back before Remake came out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I'm talking about like years before Remake was even announced.
Yeah.
Like because, ever since the PlayStation 3 unveiling where they had that,
when they
like,
did the big, I remember that.
Yeah, like people have been clamoring for a remake to 7. I've never wanted a remake to 7. All I wanted was a new translation and have it be playable on a modern system. It is playable on modern systems, but it's still like not a great translation. And so what I would have liked is like, there's a lot of places where you can expand and clarify on things that didn't make sense because the translation of the original game is piss poor. And there are parts where they've definitely expanded.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
But also contracted in other areas that doesn't make sense, like I just said.
Yeah.
But then also, like, they're not really clarifying the things that I would have liked them to clarify. And if anything, they're making things cloudier. No pun intended.
That sounds like after writing to me is what it sounds like, honestly.
Yeah. I will say, as a preview to the spoiler part, the last part of the game, I just kept saying out loud, you couldn't help yourselves. You just couldn't help yourselves, could you? And so I'll get to that later. But you land at the airstrip of Cosmo Canyon, and there's a like big painted sign that says, "This way to Cosmo Canyon." And then as you keep progressing, it's like all of these signs saying, like, pointing you this way, Cosmo Canyon. And it feels, and I was waiting for it to say, like, be sure to drop by Cosmo Canyon for all of our wonderful materia and this and that, and see the sights, because like that's how it feels. Like I almost expected someone to come up with like a ride up on like a pedicab and be like, "Hey, you head to Cosmo Canyon? Like I'll take you right there." Right. Or like someone like trying to do some sort of like tourist grift on you, because that feels like a tourist trap.
You're right. They're playing on your nostalgia for those areas pretty much, and being like, "Oh, you do you know where you are right now? You're right next to it. You're almost you're going to Space Mountain right now." Like it's like, oh my god, like fucking shut up. Yeah, no, that's very accurate. Yeah.
And it's interesting because so kind of putting this right next to, because we're actually going to talk about this for our next Game of the Year recording. I'm going to be bringing it up, but kind of comparing this to rolling up on Mos Eisley in Star Wars Outlaws and being fucking floored and like just getting like butterflies in my stomach because like it just felt like this like super important thing with a capital T.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's like a night and day thing. And I think the big thing is that when you get to Mos Eisley, you're just going to Mos Eisley because that is a place that exists on Tatooine. And you happen to be on Tatooine for that part of the story.
Makes sense.
They don't have to make a big deal of it. It's a big deal.
You're making it a big deal in yourself, basically.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be like broadcast to you like, "Yo, you're in Mos Eisley now, son."
Yeah.
But in Rebirth, like every time that you go to a location, it's that.
Yeah. The only place that makes sense is Gold Saucer.
I was about to say.
Absolutely makes sense there.
Yeah. And they nail the Gold Saucer.
Like, I'm sure.
It is a much better version of the Gold Saucer than either the 7 original or the one in Final Fantasy 14.
Sure.
Also, the music isn't nearly as annoying, which I appreciate. I fucking hate the Gold Saucer theme. Shut your mouth.
I've heard it a lot too, Julian.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, you especially, because you always do the weapon stuff. Oh, see, and that's another perfect example, right? So, when you return to Nibelheim, and I think this was actually when you're there for the first time, but you go back up to Tifa's room and you go sit at her piano, because like one of the things in Rebirth is like you can sit at the pianos and play them.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
There's a poster advertising, "Go see the Emerald Coast." And then next to that is a poster that says, "See the ruby red sunsets of blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, why?
They're too excited. Yeah.
You can't help referencing the shit that's supposedly going to be in this game, right? And like that's cool if you do that in a game that is not a Final Fantasy VII remake game. Right. Like that'd be a neat little reference if you want to throw that into Final Fantasy 17.
Sure.
Or Final Fantasy Explorers 2 or whatever the fuck.
Right.
It's like, oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
But like, you know that you're going to fight those weapons in the third one of these games.
Yeah.
So like, they keep doing shit like that. And honestly, like a lot of the stuff that I have to say that I'm really frustrated and downright angered me about the game are all spoilers. And so I'm not going to say much more here. Again, I like this game overall more than Remake.
I was just going to say, like, okay, so all the stuff that you're mad about aside, game thumbs up, thumbs down, or in the middle. I'm not trying to put you in, like...
In the middle.
In the middle? Okay.
And here's the thing that I realized, because when I finished it, I was very angry.
Uh-huh.
But then when I sat and really thought about it, I was like, you know what? If this was not Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2...
Yeah.
If everything else was the same, as far as like the way the characterizations, the graphics, the most of the gameplay, like again, I still have issues with like the way that the gameplay is implemented. But if this had been Final Fantasy 16 instead of what Final Fantasy 16 was, I would have been over the moon for it.
Okay, there you go.
When it comes down to like the tone, like the fact that like it can be extremely earnest but also very silly,
right?
You know, which 16 did not want to be at all.
It was
right.
Yeah.
Like it only wanted to be earnest. I think the spectacle of it is like, other than, you know, obviously like some of the bigger, like icon fights in 16, most of the game is actually surprisingly bland.
Yeah, no,
you know, like the environments are bland, and like a lot of the monster designs are bland and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, they were going for like realism fantasy. Yeah, you know what I mean? It was, and which makes it a little bit boring, you know.
Yeah, you know, the fact that like you see a poster for a cactuar, but there's no cactuars in the game because they're like, well, no, like that wouldn't fit in our world.
That doesn't fit in our, exactly.
Yeah, and it's like, fuck off. And yeah, so I think overall, like if this had been a new Final Fantasy game, I would have been way higher on it because it's not bringing all of this like previous knowledge and previous baggage to it. And I'm not even one of you, right? Like
no, I get it.
Final Fantasy VII is middle of the pack for me as far as like the core franchise. It's like decidedly fine.
Decisively fine. Know, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, like it is right in the middle for me. And so it's not even that I'm coming to this with like this reverence for the original source material, but I also acknowledge how important that game is to a lot of people. Yeah. It was important to me too, right? Like, also because like it for better or for worse, like it fundamentally changed the trajectory of not only the Final Fantasy franchise, but the company that makes Final Fantasy.
Yeah, for sure.
And like if it was just another game, I'd be like, man, this is like one of my games of the year. As it is, like for what it actually is, I'm like, I don't know if this even hits my top 10. Yeah. Like,
interesting.
And it's not that it's a bad game by any means.
No.
I don't think the remake was a bad game by any means. Now,
what I played
straight up did not like Remake.
Right.
And I like this one.
Yeah, no, what I played of Rebirth was it's totally fine. Like it's a pretty decent game. I just kind of got bored with it. And then like I am one of those people, so sometimes they would do stuff that I'm like, I don't really like that idea for this. There's one big specific one about weapons that I was like, I do not care for that. I don't know where that stuff goes, if it goes anywhere.
I love the characters and I love
they're great.
Like, the way that they're written and the way that they interact with each other and all of the incidental dialogue, like, you know, like that stuff is fan-fucking-tastic.
They really make like Tifa and Aerith make more sense now because they according to the writer of it, like they never wanted it to come off the way that it did in the original, where like it sounded like they were like fighting over you, but that wasn't the intent. They were supposed to be friends. They were, you know, on this journey or whatever together for however long. They're supposed to be, you know, good friends after this, but it never comes off that way at all. It sounds like they're just children.
And let me say this, but there are parts where it kind of floored me how, with all of these super duper graphics, the game could not reach the type of emotions that the original or even 16-bit games did, right? So You know, this is a minor spoiler, but you know, when you go on the golden saucer or the gold saucer date, which I ended up with Barrett, which I thought was very fun.
Great. Perfect.
You know, when you go to sit down for the play, is it supposed to be loveless in the original game? I don't remember.
I believe so, if I remember correct. It's you both have to fight a dragon. There's a dragon involved and a wizard or something like that. They're both I can't remember. It's been a long time.
Yeah, I don't remember that part at all.
Okay.
I mean, obviously they're trying to harken back to the original, but I think they're also trying to harken back to like the opera scene in Final Fantasy VI.
Sure.
And like the opera scene in Final Fantasy VI is just executed so much better. Mm-hmm. So like you go and sit down in this auditorium and you know, it starts off where like Barrett is like, yeah, I got these 2 tickets. You want to come with me? I always wanted to see something that Jesse was in. And it's like, okay, cool. It sounded like it was hard to get these tickets. And then you get there and everybody's there, like the whole party's there. But then you put on VR goggles.
Oh.
And so the whole thing is happening in VR, even though you're all sitting next to each other in an auditorium facing a fucking stage. Right. And they even tell you, like, they're like, only you can, you know, like stop blah, blah, blah. And it's like, so everybody's having their own version of the play where they're the main character. Instead of it being like this funny thing where it's like, hey, like our actors are missing, like, can you come, you know, and they just grab you and pull you backstage.
Yeah, it didn't even seem like it was that. It was in the original, it was just like they just pull you up there and then you're given like, what do you want to say here? You can totally fuck it up or play along with it.
Yeah.
And you get kudos depending on, you know, what you pick or whatever. I hate that. Yeah, I hate that a lot. That sucks. That's terrible.
And it gets extra weird because like, so then you're, you know, and I think they did it as an excuse to have them in these elaborate costumes and stuff like that. But then it cuts to the audience and like the whole party's watching you, but they don't have the VR goggles on. And then I'm like, so is this happening or is this not happening? And then it turns out that no, that was also VR, but somehow the audience was projected without the goggles on. It's stupid.
I'm flabbergasted.
Your look on your face.
I'm gonna have to watch this now. Like you have.
No, you will.
No, I have to. That sounds. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. That sounds awful.
Like the actual play itself is neat, right?
Okay.
It's just the framing. It's the
framing. No, I don't. Yeah. That's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. I think you're right. I think it was them trying to have an excuse. Well, they're going to wear these big elaborate costumes and shit like that. And I'm like, well, part of the charm was that they didn't. That they just looked like 2 fucking dudes and the one guy had a sword and, you know, whatever, or 2 people or whatever the hell. And they're just up there doing this play out, you know, just trying their best, I guess.
Yeah. And there's also like, you know, because they show this in the trailers, but like, you know, Aerith sings a song in the play.
Okay.
But like, it turns out it's a song that she wrote herself a couple hours before. But she just decided that she wanted to try to write a song, and so not only does she write like a perfectly cromulent song, but then somehow the people who run this play that is a long running play that's been running for years and years and years are like, yeah, this is perfect. We're totally going to put this into our play with no rehearsal.
Well, she's magic, so it's fine.
Yeah,
she's really good at it. Don't worry about
it. I've put too much thought into it.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the big things is that there were times when I was like, I feel that I am putting more thought into this than the people who made it, which obviously isn't true.
Yeah.
But it feels that way. It's not a good feeling.
No, I get it. I totally get it. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got other stuff, but I'll kick it back to you.
Save it for that. Yeah.
Well, no, but I mean, I've got other games as well. But
I don't have too much this week, Julian. I have temporarily stopped playing Dragon Age, not because I don't like it or anything. I am going to finish it, but the crashing situation was getting way worse. Apparently, that is a NVIDIA driver thing. So it kind of slowly kept creeping and like the minutes of play would start going down to where I would be like, I can get about 45 minutes in before the entire thing just like, and it was really weird. Your character and everything moving would freeze, but you could still move the camera around, and then it would go, and then it would just blink out, and you're like, it would kick you back to desktop. And I was like, okay, I don't know what's going on here, but this is a bit frustrating. And I was getting to points where I was like, I'm doing like basically the character final loyalty missions and shit. And I'm like kind of into what's going on, at least, as far as I can be. And as soon as I would like kind of get invested, it would kick me out. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to set this down. And I started looking into it, and it was like, it's happening to people other than me. And it seems to be a driver issue. So they updated it November 12th, which is 3 days ago, something like that. As of this recording. But I still haven't gone back to it because
interesting.
Do
you know about how many hours you've put into it so far?
Yes, is it fun? This is fun. I stopped and on accident because, mind you, the last time I played it crashed. 66.6 hours.
Okay, that's longer than I was expecting.
Yeah, no, it's pretty long. If you do,
I mean,
yeah,
it's kind of weird because Dragon Age Origins was like almost 100-hour game for me. Like I think I spent like 80 plus hours on that one, and then 2 was like more like a Mass Effect length because I prefer the Mass Effect games because they're typically like you can do a completionist one of all of those, and they're each about like 40 hours.
Probably,
each, which feels like
roughly
perfect.
Yep. Yes. Yeah, with all like the side stuff and shit like that I've been doing, which I mean isn't too much and isn't too hard, but like it's about 60 hours. It's about probably an 80-hour game if you want to like do all the like the character stuff and shit like that. You don't have to. You can mainline it apparently. Yeah. Apparently it's like 40 hours if you do that, but I don't know.
I don't play BioWare games to mainline them.
No, I know. The only thing is, I mean, the side quests out in the world aren't super interesting. I'm going to say that. But like the character ones that come up and talking and checking in with those guys and doing that stuff is still pretty decent, decent enough anyway. It's not going to knock your socks off or anything, but it's fine.
How do they handle picking up side quests that aren't character related? Does it feel more natural? Because like I remember how clunky it was in Mass Effect 3, and my memory of Andromeda was that it was similar, where it was kind of just like certain side quests would just kind of get assigned to you because you overheard something, and there wasn't really like a dialogue to kick off the side quest.
Oh, okay, nothing like that. Most of the time, how do they do it a lot of the time here? Sometimes it's just like a star on the map, and then you go there and you talk to a person, and they're like, hey, go do this thing, maybe. And you go do the thing. Some of it is like, you'll read a note, or like one of the because all the characters have a faction that they belong to, so they are like, I will give it credit on this fact. It feels like when the characters aren't in your party, they're actually doing stuff. Like they're actually going out and like, cause like there's like a little like a lunchroom type place, and like they have like a grocery list, and they're like all writing down stuff like, yeah, we're gonna go shopping. We need this stuff and this stuff. Oh yeah, I'll go there. I have to go there and do this thing anyway, so that'll work. And it's like, I'm like, that's kind of cool. I like that they feel like they have lives and are checking in with the people that they know outside in the world,
yeah, that has been a problem with BioWare, and particularly in the past, where it's like everybody kind of just revolves around you, right. Like you are their universe.
I mean,
and they don't really have a life outside.
You still are, but they also feel like they are like, and there's one thing that I won't spoil that I've never seen a BioWare game do, romance wise, that I really appreciated. And it's so simple and easy to do it, but I've never seen it in one of their games. So I was like, thank God they finally fucking did something like this. That's kind of nice. but anyway, it's still a good game, and I'm definitely going to finish it. Like I was actively upset when it kept doing it, and I just got frustrated enough to where I'm like, I'm going to put this down for a week or two because I feel like they're going to patch this or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still fun. Let's see, what else did I do? But I haven't, even though they did update the drivers, I haven't played it yet because we all knew it was coming. Listen, we all knew this was happening. We all knew it was going to take place. I got back into Magic the Gathering again. It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. Definitely not a problem.
It's a problem, isn't it, Justin?
It probably is a problem, Julian.
I saw that you went ahead and purchased that physical card from last week.
I sure did. I sure did. You know what, Julian? We haven't done this in a while. I not only bought that, I bought a few other ones because it's fun. So here's what I found fun about it was cards that I really wanted back when I was really into Magic the Gathering, and they were like expensive, are now like a quarter. And I was like, I'm getting that because I always fucking wanted that. So,
nice.
So I started doing stuff like that. So anyway, let's see if this will show up on camera. Probably not too great, but it's fine. And it's not a video podcast anyway. This is the card that I was basically talking about on the air. Mm-hmm. This is a card that I liked a lot. This is the Geist of Saint Traft. He's a guy, he has hexproof, and he summons an angel out, and he's a fucking nightmare to play against. Absolute nightmare. Oh my god, that guy sucked ass. And then this one was just for me, and I feel like you'll definitely appreciate it. I bet you didn't even know this existed. This is a Chun-Li magic card. That they made. I actually have another one somewhere, but I can't remember where I put it, so I just ordered another one. It wasn't that expensive. And then 2 different Restoration Angels, another card that used to be really expensive and impossible to find in the area that I was playing Magic in. So I bought 2 of them because they were like a quarter or something. I was like, why not? Even the fun foil. And then I bought another Liliana of the Veil because I have a problem and I forgot I did it. But it's the new art, and I was like, actually, I kind of like the new art. It's all right too. It's not as good. It's not as good as the old art, but it's good. But anyway, that's what I bought. Because I have a problem. But that's probably all I'm going to buy physical card wise. I'm mostly playing Arena right now, and they made a new set. It's called Magic the Gathering Foundations, which is basically what you would consider what they used to call a core set. Like, they used to just come out with these sets that were just Magic the Gathering 2011 or whatever. Magic the Gathering 12. And it'd just be like kind of plain ass cards for the most part, but like they were standard legal, and sometimes they printed Thragtusk, and he took over formats, and he was a pain in the fucking ass. I hated that card. Oh, anyway, so I've been playing Magic. Foundations is a core set, and it's funny, they're kind of like simple, but I always love drafting them. There's kind of a they're so kind of basic, but they always kind of put little tiny things in there for you to do that kind of make it fun. And I was always really good at drafting them. I don't know why. This one I'm not as good at because it has like a few new mechanics that I'm not as familiar with, but they're really easy to pick up on. The one thing that's funny in it is they definitely designed it for people probably like me who haven't played in a little while too, or are coming back after many years or something like that because they heard about all the Final Fantasy set or whatever the hell and shit like that. They're probably expecting shit like that. So they put in cards like Vampire Nighthawk, which is a card that I'm like, oh, like that I know. I played with Vampire Nighthawks back in the day, and Consuming Aberration. That's a Return to Ravnica card. That was when I was big into playing it, like really big into playing it. So stuff that I'm familiar with, but the power creep is made it like to where those are just like commons now. You're just like, it's like Vampire Nighthawk. I mean, Vampire Nighthawk was always an uncommon, but like certain things like that used to be like, man, that card's ridiculous, are now like, yeah, that ain't shit no more. Hero's Downfall is a fucking uncommon. That was a $20 rare when it came out, Julian. They don't give a fuck about like, that thing anymore. It's crazy.
It's like when the DDT was like a finisher, like the match is over move, and now it's just like
it's exactly like that.
It may as well be a knife edge chop.
Yeah,
like for as much damage, quote unquote, as it does in a match.
It's funny. Hero's Downfall has never been like the most insane Magic card ever. It is just kill a thing. That's it. It's basically it. And it's not very exciting, but it was a rare. The big deal was it could kill planeswalkers, and there was only like one other card that could do that before that. So other than that, oh my God. And now planeswalkers, like, they used to feel like insanely powerful, and they still are when they hit the board, but like it doesn't feel as crazy now. It's weird because all the power creep is so out there. I haven't been playing much Constructed. I've just been drafting it a lot, which is fun. They even put a fucking infinite combo in there, just in the set. You can just draft it if you're lucky enough. You have to one part of the infinite combo is a mythic rare, so you're probably not going to get it. But if you do, you can pretty easily get the other part of it, which is kind of fun. It's weird. I like playing it. The other set that I played is kind of neat, because it's the one that came out just before Foundations came out. It's called Duskmourn, I believe, House of Horror, and they basically just took like horror movie tropes and turned them into Magic the Gathering things. And not like, it's hard to explain exactly. Like, they took like the fears that are invoked by horror movie type things and turned those into like creatures, like the enchantment creatures. And like, but everything has like there's one guy who's just like, he just has like one guy's most valuable slayer, because he's a vampire slayer, and he's in high school and stuff like that. It's kind of like cheesy horror movie stuff, but it works. It's pretty neat. That one was kind of fun. But yeah, I'm having a good time playing Magic the Gathering again, and I've already.
So
what?
When the Final Fantasy stuff comes out, you're not planning on getting those like physical, or at least
those I will. I will.
I kind of thought you would want to.
Those I will for sure. But right now I'm mostly on Arena, just playing that stuff. Just because I have a good time and a problem drafting. Magic is, man, it's so run based. Like, you can because it's a game of variance and wide variance, to where like, hey, I drew an awful hand. I'm gonna try to make it work. Oh shit, it didn't work. or hey, I drew an awful hand. I'm gonna try to make it work. Oh shit, that works. I drew a better card. Okay, great. We're rolling now. And like, but you never know. Yesterday, I swear I had the worst run of it I've ever had. Like, it was wild. If I played a card, somebody had just the perfect thing to kill whatever I was trying to do. It was nuts. Like, I felt bad at the end of the day. And I kept buying in because I wanted to. I was like, I can't go out like this. This is terrible. and
that's how you end up like up till the wee hours.
Yes, that's exactly. And so yeah, I did that. And then today I got on, before the show, got home from work, and was like, all right, let's have. Yesterday was a bad day, but let's see if we truly suck at this. And then I just had like incredible runs the entire time. I was like, yeah, all right, it's not me. I just had bad luck. That's fine. You'll have that. But yeah, that's Magic the Gathering. It's still a good game. I like it. That's really all I got to say about it. I mean, it's Arena's pretty fun. Man, Magic cards are weird now. Like there's sometimes when sets are weird. Now, when I used to play, it was just like whatever's in that set, that's what's in that set. But now, every now and then, there's like, hey, sometimes you'll just get some weird old card with new alternate art, and you can actually play that in your deck. And it's like, oh, okay, well that's cool. But they're like really like old, powerful stuff that's just randomly there. And some of the alternate art's really cool. I really want to buy the fucking alternate art for Yanaware Elves because it's just anime ladies. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? That's great. I love it. It's stupid. It's great. Apparently that's like $100 card, and if you actually buy it or something like that, it's neat. I don't know. Magic's weird, but it's fun, and I keep playing it. And I'll probably play it until I get sick of it, and then never play it for a while. At least not until the Final Fantasy 1 comes out. But then again, I'm kind of waiting till Standard rotates again because I don't want to learn like 5 new or old sets that I missed.
Right.
That sounds like a pain in the ass.
When is that Final Fantasy stuff supposed to come out?
Sometime this year, but I'm not 100.
We're running out of runway.
No, not this year. I'm sorry. I 2025. My bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sometime in 2025. Right. I can't remember. For some reason, I jumped ahead a year. I just ended.
I understand the time feels meaningless, but we need to not like willfully just accelerate the time.
No. Let's just speed it up. It'll be fine. We gotta get.
Actually, no. Yeah, if we could just jump to 2028.
That's what I mean. Let's just jump 4 years. It'll be fine. I think it'll be okay.
Yeah.
Why not? Anyway. Magic the Gathering. That's a game you can learn how to play on your own time. Although Arena, if people are interested, Arena is very good at teaching you the basics of the game. I do remember.
I would hope so.
It's very good at it. Like I think they kind of forced the tutorial on you, which is funny for somebody like me who knows how to play it. And it's just like this does this, and I'm like, yes, I fucking know, Sparky. Shut your mouth. God. But no, yeah. That's Magic. It's there. You can play it. What else did I do? Also, and then the only other thing I did, Julian, it's kind of like I said, got hooked on Magic. That kind of took a lot of my time, but the other game that I played that was a video game that people can play, I streamed it, is called Storage Hunter Simulator. It's a game where you hunt for storage, and then you purchase it and sell it.
Yeah, it's like Storage Wars the game, but without the license.
It is Storage Wars the game. I mean, yes, that is exactly it.
I was trying to think like, well, I couldn't participate in the chat because for whatever reason the chat module for Twitch doesn't work for me anymore, and I don't know how to fix it. I don't know what's
up with that. Yeah.
I was trying to think of there's the one guy, like he was the super annoying guy, but he was like the super successful one on Storage Wars that had this saying that he ended up like trying to like trademark as his catchphrase. I think it was just yup. It might have just been yup.
It might have been. I could see it.
Yeah.
I mean,
he was just like the kind of slightly older dude with like the black. He always wore like a black baseball cap.
Okay.
He had glasses.
Are you just describing me?
No. Okay. No, he didn't have a beard.
Oh, okay. Fair. All right. Yeah. Different guy then. Got it. Understood.
He wasn't the one. The one that I liked was like the super eccentric guy who was probably in his like late 50s, who had like slicked back like gray hair, and he always wore shades, and he had like the skeleton gloves.
All right, that guy sounds awesome.
That he was awesome. I was
we're
like,
talking.
This guy probably swings. Like he just had like this like big swinger energy about him.
That guy does some shit. Yeah, that guy's he gets around.
Yeah.
Storage Simulator. What the fuck was it? We'll call it Storage Hunter Simulator. I forget the full name of it. It's kind of a dumb name. It's not actually that bad. I remember going into it and I was like, okay, this will be a dumb thing to play on the stream, and I'll play it for however long and never play it again. And that's true. I probably will never play it again. But like, it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. and there are aspects of the game.
There's a lot of depth to it.
Yeah, actually there is. You're like, you can buy pawn shops and sell the stuff there, and there's like sometimes you encounter locked things, so you have to take them to the fucking locksmith, who takes 2 hours to unlock a thing, which is too long. But that's like in-game hours.
Yeah, you were like really exhibiting I need to see your manager energy with that part. I was like, come on, man, he's got to do his craft. Like, I don't know. 2
hours,
like,
Julian?
I don't know how involved picking stuff is.
I bet I can find a video of a man picking a lock in like 5 minutes. I bet it's a 5-minute video, Julian. That's all I'm saying.
But he probably has other things in the queue, Justin. Like, you're not the only person in his world.
The guy that just stares at the car all day, is he getting shit unlocked all the time? Maybe he is. I don't know.
You don't know his life.
I don't know his life. That's true. I don't know. Yeah. Other than he stares at the car all day. It's dumb. That game's real dumb. My favorite part of the game, my absolute favorite part of the game. So they give you a truck and you can drive around, and that's kind of fun. But loading the truck is the best part of the game. It's actually stupid fun.
The physics on that shit is incredible.
Oh, it's great. It is chef's kiss good. Like, it is. There's a game there in itself. It's basically, full physics objects, but you can flip them and stuff like that, and you got to get them all to fit in there. As much as you can, because you can only sell stuff if it's in your truck. So you don't want to make more than one trip. So because what kind of person makes more than one trip, right? So, but the best part about it is you figure out that once because your immediate worry is, I'm going to get all this stuff in the truck, and in real life you would go and all that shit would fall right the fuck out. But it locks everything in place once it's in the truck. Once you get in the truck, if everything's in the bed, it locks everything into place. So I figured out you could do stuff like throw a ball up there, get in the car real fast, and it will just stay. And I was like, oh, as long as like a leg of a table is in there, it's in there. Don't fucking worry about it. It also causes it to bug out when you try to get out of the car, but don't worry about that. It's fine. And that shit is it's stupid fun. Like, I loved that part of it. Like, that was actually entertaining to me.
My favorite part was every time you got in the truck, the music was just like, I was like, is Jacob Washington here?
Yeah. I believe let me look, I believe, and as soon as I heard it, I was like, bet YouTube's going to get real mad at me over this one. And I believe immediately, because I bet they just used a bunch of like royalty free stuff which always pings on YouTube. And I'm pretty sure it pinged here.
Which is weird, because if it's royalty free, it shouldn't.
It shouldn't.
Like,
but for some reason it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. It won't. I can't see it from here, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, Storage Wars Simulator. If you want to do storage wars, or whatever it is, it's Storage Hunter Simulator, and this is how confusing the name is. They definitely couldn't get the Storage Wars license for sure.
Yeah.
Storage Hunter Simulator. If you're looking to play Storage Wars by yourself and kind of grind your way up, it's entertaining enough. I had a fun time throwing things in a truck, and sometimes looking at things and going, I don't know if this is going to be worth it. I mean, I know that industrial sink will sell for a little bit, but I don't know if this is going to be worth $300. This doesn't seem right. Sometimes you just break even and you're like, you know what? That's fine. Fuck it.
Yeah. It seemed like it was missing one of my favorite parts of watching Storage Wars, which was just coming up with ludicrous amounts that you're valuing things at, like when you initially like win the box, where it's like, there's no way you're selling that for that.
Yeah. Like,
you're just not. But here it seems like, no, pretty much like that's what you're going to get for it, like when you go to sell it.
Yeah. I can get $150 off of this rusty motor exercise bike. Like, no, but apparently you can. It's crazy. Yeah, it's real dumb. But if you're into that sort of thing or just want something stupid to play on stream, I guess Storage Hunter Simulator, you can't go wrong.
Have at it.
Yeah. And that's all I got, Julian. That is all I have. I'm sorry. Again, Magic the Gathering really consumed my life this week, and it
happens.
Yeah, it happens to me for the most part, and then I spend way too much money fucking because I can't go out on losses, Julian.
You spend way too much money fucking. Oh, that I did not expect that of you.
No, not doing that really. Nothing that exciting. Unfortunately, no, just spending money on imaginary money so that I can draft more with fake cards that don't actually exist.
Yeah. I was thinking about that when you were talking about it. And I know why they wouldn't do it, because it'd be way too easy to either A, like cheese the system, or B, ruin like the resale of the cards. But it would be really cool if there was a way where if you bought like the cards physically, if they each had like a little like QR code stamped on them to where then you could actually also get the digital version for Arena.
That'd be neat. Yeah, but at the same time you can make double your money by not doing it that way.
And also someone would find a way to like dupe it somehow, or it'd be a thing where like if it was a single use, like, because it would have to be a single use thing, but then it's like you have no way of proving if it's been scanned or not when you want to go like trade that card to somebody. So it would make a whole like weird set of problems.
The interesting thing about that, Arena is not too bad. Like you almost put every card is like almost the same level of value. I guess, mythics or whatever, like you get wild cards in there so that you can spend them to build the decks that you want to build and stuff like that. And it all kind of works itself out, but they don't have every format in there. And I'm pretty sure it still exists, but I don't know to what degree anymore, and it's been a while. But there was another Magic the Gathering client that was officially run, but wasn't Arena. Arena is like the flashy Hearthstone, let's get everybody in here to play the thing, right? Because it's cool and we'll set it up and it'll look great and play great and all this stuff. Because they made like Xbox Magic the Gathering games and shit like that, and they were actually pretty fun. Like I had a good time with those. And they took those ideas and then turned it into Arena, where you could play, other people, and it had all the stuff, but there used to be just Magic Online, Magic the Gathering Online. And the way that one used to work is it had its own ecosystem where you had to like actually like, I believe you paid for things in like packs or crystals or some kind of currency that it had, but like cards had value. Like they had like like real world money value for these internet cards and shit like that. And it was fascinating. I never got into like the marketplace stuff, but like they had it like right there front and center. Like people would be like, hey, I'm selling this card. It's for this much. And you're like, oh, well, that's, I know I definitely messed around with it a while back. And God, it's killing me that I cannot remember the set. There was like an Egyptian themed set. And it's driving me nuts that I can't remember it. Because that's the one I played on Magic Online and other stuff too. But it doesn't matter. But yeah, Magic Online, and like I said, this is the update. I think people still play Magic Online. I'm pretty sure they do, because the one big problem with Arena is it doesn't have every format. So it doesn't have the really old cards where Magic Online does. Like if you want to play Legacy, you gotta on the internet with other people, you gotta have that. If you want to play Modern on the internet with other people, you gotta have that. Other than that, you're fucked. Like you can't even play the newer one, Frontier, oh boy, I forgot what the other fucking format is. I think it's Frontier. Oh, I'm saying that and I feel like it's wrong. But it's that format always fascinated me because it basically starts where I started back up. Because it's like, yeah, Return to Ravnica and up. I'm like, oh, I love those sets. That would be great. But then I never got back into it. Anyway. Yeah, but they don't have the older formats on there. They have their own weird arena-specific formats that are called, like, historic. And there's one that's got, like, you can play everything that's on there. But, like, I don't even know if you can find a game in those formats. I'm not really sure how that shit works. So, like, yeah, it gets weird and complicated there. But yeah. Okay, that's enough Magic the Gathering talk, Julian. You have to shut me up. Yeah, we have to stop. People's eyes are glazing over. I can feel it, and I get it.
At least you're aware.
I know.
Well, it's because, like, I don't, back on Nerds Without Pants, when Angela would go into his board game corner, I don't think he was ever aware of my eyes glazing over. Like, he would just go, and I would remember like falling into like a black void during those times where I would process like maybe 1/10 of what he would say. And then during the editing process, I would hear 1/10 of what he would say.
Yeah.
And then when listening to the final product, I would hear 1/10 of what he had to say.
So you heard
it was a different 1/10.
So 3/10.
So eventually I got 3/10 of it.
You got 3/10 of it. That's pretty good. Yeah. No, I remember feeling roughly the same. I love Angela to death. But yeah, like that, I do remember that.
Yeah.
That's why I'm roughly aware of, if you get me started on Magic the Gathering, please tell me to shut the fuck up. I know.
Yeah.
Unless somebody else is here and we're talking about it, then you're fucked. I'm sorry,
yeah. You and Addie could just go off, and I'm sure you and Addie will go off next time she's on, because she'll definitely be back.
Why not?
Yeah.
The stage select is made possible through the support and funding of viewers like you. Here are our wonderful patrons.
Before we get much further into the show, Justin, I think it's time to thank some patrons.
Okay. We can do that.
We appreciate all of our lovely patrons, but every week we like to thank our executive producer here. And this week we have Addie XD.
We have Big Baker.
We have Bookie.
We have Casey Curran.
We have David Portnov.
We have Dennis Robertson.
We have Eric Peacock.
No, we have Exrian.
No, we have Game Johnson.
Joel Thoman.
God damn it, Justin, we have Matt Jorgensen.
Son of a bitch, man. Philip P.K. Becker.
Justin, I'm going to beat you over the head with a Raymond Crumb.
I'm going to get beaten up with Stephen Lobo.
And lastly, we have Xavier Prager.
So you have to spice it up every now and then. That's the fun.
Every now and then, yeah.
That's the fun.
Yeah. See, the real ones like hear all of the patron thanks, and they know that we shake it up now and
then. See, exactly. They don't just skip through it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I will say, just got access to a new feature this week, which is that you can now gift people Patreon memberships to us. So, and I'm not sure if they have to already be on Patreon. I don't think that they do. I think it's just like you can like basically buy them like a month or whatever, however many you want, and then give it to them, and then they'd have to like sign up for an account if they don't already have one, and then get access to their stuff. But also, good incentive for you guys to sign up for a free tier, because I think that I want to say there might be a place where other people can see the free members.
Okay.
So then they could just like gift to people, or they might just hear, them being thanked like every month, and then like, hey, I'm going to give you a gift. I will say, just as a PSA, don't gift anybody anything right now, because I am going to do a sale here in the next like few weeks. So just, keep that in mind. So just hold off, because it'll be cheaper for you in a bit.
It's good that you hate money, Julian. I like that.
I love our listeners.
That's how you know we respect you.
Yeah.
That will give you the heads up.
I would feel really shitty if like someone had gifted somebody like a month and then like literally like right after that, like I put it on sale.
No,
like,
I very much respect that. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah. So after I finished Rebirth, I needed something to cleanse the palate.
Okay.
And, as I've been saying for weeks now, I'm definitely getting into, mop up territory. I'm trying to hit stuff that I feel is a reasonable game that's in contention for Game of the Year stuff.
Sure.
Because we are recording the big thing in the middle of December.
Yes.
And so I pushed that as far as I could for everybody so that we have enough time to play shit. But we're getting to the end of it, right? So Rebirth was a big one that I wanted to finish.
Yep.
I want to finish Metaphor.
Me too.
Dragon Age, I feel, based on talking to you and kind of what I feel about just what I've seen of the game personally, I don't really feel like that comes into the conversation in a meaningful way this year. It might be up for a best game not released in 2025 award next year.
Sure.
We'll see, but
it's possible. It depends. I don't know.
Yeah. It's because I feel it's actually been a pretty strong year, and I just don't really see it. I mean, it's possible because we have guests coming on too, so
you never know.
There might be people that feel a lot stronger about it than you do, or that I would. Because I still feel that I feel that. So Rob texted me today, and he said that he's really enjoying Veilguard, and I was surprised.
Yeah.
But he did say that there was some stuff that was really like annoying him.
There is.
And I was like,
me
yeah,
too. I'm right there with him.
I will say that your favorite character is his least favorite character.
It's most people's least favorite character. I love Tosh.
But at the same time, like I just feel like, yeah, I'm probably gonna think it's fine, but not feel strongly about it one way or another. So it's not a good use of my time right now getting to the end of it. But one of the big ones that I remembered you talking about, like, a couple months ago, that I'd stored in the back of my head was Thank Goodness You're Here.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is, I get, man, what would you even call it? Is it an adventure game?
It's
not point and click, but it's in that
you
vein.
Just walk around and slap people, Julian.
You just walk around and slap people and jump.
Yeah.
And talk to people in charming British accents.
I forgot what they called it. I almost wanted to say it was like a slap former or something like that, but that's
a pretty good name.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly, but yeah, anyway.
Yeah. So, I remember you talking about the game, and then you did stream it, and I watched it for maybe about 10 minutes and turned it off because I was like, I definitely want to play this, and I don't want to see any more.
It makes sense. Yeah.
And it is such a stage select game.
Yeah.
Like the humor is like so this.
Yep.
Like right down to like, the stupid commercials for dumb products.
Oh man, Tiny Tom's Tiny Pies. You simply won't get tinier.
That's probably my biggest frustration about the game is that you never really get to interact with Tiny Tom.
You're
Even
right.
though there's definitely like an undercurrent in the story of, are you a Tiny Tom's Tiny Pies man, or are you a Big Ron's Big Pies man?
Yeah.
Right. Like there's contention there.
There is an spoilers for Thank Goodness You're Here. There is an interaction. You don't interact with him directly, but you do see a conversation with him and somebody and his daughter and
yes, but I thought there was going to be like you were actually going to walk into his shop at some point and have actually talk to him and help him.
Well,
or whatever.
Tiny Tom has some anger issues, so
he does. And I really. Oh man, this game is so brilliant and dumb.
It is,
and charming. And really raunchy because like when I first started playing it, I was like, okay, so this seems like kind of like like maybe a light PG-13. When we at the beginning, and then I was like, oh no, it's getting raunchier. Like there's literally a sign like in one of the alleys that says like I think no loitering, no littering, no dogging.
Yeah.
And if you know, you know.
Right.
But that's a very dirty joke.
Yeah.
And then like the guy in the fence who just wants to give you a sausage.
Yeah.
And like
that's my favorite bit.
Hello there. I've got a sausage here. Would you like it? Here you go. Ah, I've dropped it. That's okay. I've got another. Ah, I've dropped it again. It's all right. I've got some more inside. Back in a mo.
Yeah, it's so great. And one thing that's really cool that you had not mentioned, or I don't recall you mentioning, is that there's a lot of backtracking in this game. You are going back through the areas a lot, but they have a gag for every time that you do a loop, for a lack of a better term. And it's amazing.
And every time you're going back through it, like, some stuff is different, and it's some of like the most interesting like ways to get you to backtrack too. Like, it feels so natural every time. It never feels like you're like wandering around like, where do I go next? Like, eventually you'll wander into the right spot. Like, and it's kind of ingenious in that way. It's crazy.
Yeah, and there's like certain things where it's like, oh, I think that's gonna pay off later. Yeah. Oh, not yet. Oh, there it is. Yep. You know, and like it's great. Like, it's what I think you struggled with this when you talked about it, which is, I don't want to say much about it. Yeah. Because one, it's really short, and two, it's so like gag based, and so I don't want to like give away the gags or anything like that.
I walked around work for like 2 weeks quoting it. It's one of those types of things. And I don't do that very often with anything unless I find it very funny. So that says a lot about it. Yeah, that game it's not many video games are funny to me. That one is. That one's fucking hilarious.
Yes.
So
highly recommend. It's short, but it's sweet. I actually thought about going back and getting the platinum, but what I ended up doing is that, so after I beat it, I started a new game, and then I started to look up like how to get the rest of the trophies. And then one of them was like, oh, you have to like wait in the office for like 15 minutes, you know, to get this like a different ending. I was like, okay, let me do that. So I did that, but that ended up being probably the wrong thing to do, because then I had to watch the intro for a third time, and I was like, this is a little too much in a short span of time, so I'm going to give it like probably a few weeks. Yeah. I'm going to go back.
I think I might have had the same thing. Except I think my third run I did. No, third one I was just like messing. No, I did the same thing you just did, where I did the Office one, and I think I went back through and did it another time, and then I started the stream that I played it a little bit on. And I think that was like, but I never did another full run through, but it's great. That's one of those games that you can pick up and just play like it's a movie and just be like, oh yeah, I'm having a great time. These bits are great.
I love the fact that your character is whatever size he needs to be for the scene.
That's it. Yep. It's great. I love it.
Oh man. Yeah. And I love the fact that like everything costs 10 bob, no matter what it is.
Yep.
Like everything costs 10 bob.
Absolutely.
I don't know what 10 bob is, but it's a thing that everything costs.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah. And much like this show, it's hard to establish like what time frame it's set in.
It's its own universe. It's
but like, you know, that when it starts off, it feels like it's set like in the 60s, but then it's like, well, here's a computer, so it's definitely not the 60s. And then there's like a reference to like Lady Diana. It's like, okay, so it's at least the 90s. And so it's but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. No. It's just, you know, there's a man who lives in a dumpster that eats beans on the toilet. Like,
he's having a good time.
He's having a real good time.
He's having a great time.
Yeah. Twig and berries out and all, just eating beans.
I think one of my favorite bits is the journey of the guy whose chimney you keep going down.
Oh, it's
there's so many.
The timing on it every time is impeccable.
Oh, it's great. It's
so hard to get comedic timing in a video game, and they
nail it. It's so good. It's insane. Like I said, video game humor is really hard to get right. This is like one of the few examples that I can point to. Like, that's how you do it. This is it. Without being like a full, like just visual novel, just watch the thing or read the thing or whatever. Like, this one's great.
Yes.
I'm glad. I'm really glad you enjoyed it. Honestly, like, I was worried. I'm worried when you mentioned it. I was like, "Ooh, I hope he doesn't come on here and be like, I hated it, Justin. I don't understand what you think is funny about this game." And I was like, "Okay, well, it's really funny to me."
No, I loved it.
Great.
The next thing that is on my list, I actually just purchased it while we were having difficulties before the show started, which is 1,000 Times Resist. So that is installed on my gaming laptop, or this laptop, the one that I record on, which is also a gaming laptop.
I really like that game. It has its issues. I
mean, every game has its issues.
And this one is definitely like, this one's issues are kind of irritating, but ultimately, like, the writing and story kind of make up for that. It's kind of wild.
And knowing that you're high on it, but also remembering that, like, it kind of like took like the video game podcasting world by fire when it came out. So I mean, it was a thing where I kept hearing about it, but somehow it didn't stick in my head other than the name. Yeah, I kept thinking that it was like Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, which I know I don't want to play.
Yeah,
but it's not that. So
I remember it came out. It was on Steam's front page, and I kept looking at it, and it's kind of an ugly game to look at. And I remember being like, I don't know if this is a thing I want to try out, and because I've been listening to many podcasts at all. So and then it came up on some sort of either recommendation or something like that, and I scrolled down to the reviews and was reading them, and I'm like, wow, this might be something. So, and it was on sale, and I was like, okay, sure, I'll try this. And it's good. The one thing I will tell you, I wasn't super sold on it after the first chapter. The second one's amazing. The second one is great. So
good to know.
Yeah, like,
I mean, my intention, like, unless I feel that it's like unplayable for me, my intention is to play it all the way through.
Yeah.
And then my intention is to finish Life is Strange as well, even though I didn't really like what I had like seen of the beginning.
That's fair.
And then I'm probably saving Dragon Age and Silent Hill 2. Like, I haven't even opened my copy of Silent Hill 2
yet. Yeah, I don't blame you.
Mainly because, like, it's not gonna. It's a remake. It's not coming into the conversation. I know it's long and probably longer than it needs to be. So
it's not too bad, though. It's longer.
It's double the length of the original.
It is,
game.
But the original's not that long of a game, really.
No, but that's I think the brilliance of like what survival horror games were, is that they were like about 6 to 10 hour affairs. So, like, they didn't have the luxury of like reusing a lot of stuff.
That's
right.
Fair.
Like you would kind of like see what you saw, like, and then they couldn't really go back to the well very often, where I already know that they go back to the well quite a bit in the remake. Right. For like certain monsters and encounters and stuff like that. So
yeah, they do.
Right. I'm sure it's great, and I'm looking forward to cracking into it.
Yeah, it's
but again, starting around a time for Game of the Year considerations, and it's not going to be in the consideration anyway. So I will save it.
It's allowed to technically be in the considerations, Julian. It doesn't mean it means you can argue against it strongly, but it's allowed to be there.
I deeply disagree. Especially for if it was a remake of Silent Hill 1, I might be there with you, because
I'm just saying I don't think anybody's going to want to put it in there, because I think I think everybody that's on that panel is a bunch of cowards. So I think except for you and you don't care, so it's fine. You got nothing to worry about. But yeah, 1,000 Times Resist, definitely play it to. Not that chapter 1 is bad; it's really good. But like, I remember being like, okay, this is weird, and it's going somewhere. And then chapter 2 was the one I was like, oh, I'm in. I still don't know where this is going, but that was awesome. Like, I remember being like very emotional after the second chapter. So yeah,
cool. Well, Justin, I've got something else before I get into my spoilers, but before that, I need to make a phone call.
Oh, you got to call. Go ahead and you can call him. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Hello.
Hey, Jacob.
Oh, hi, Julian. How you? How you doing?
Hey, yeah, not bad. How are you?
Well, I tell you, I'm doing all right, about the best that I can. Tell you that right now.
Well, that's good to hear.
I mean, we went on down to Walmart earlier in the day. I bought myself, a new champion hoodie. Because, it's getting cold outside, a little bit.
Yeah, 'tis the season.
So, that was my day. Me and Craig been hanging out, He won't stop listening to that there Bon Jovi. I can't talk him out of it, It's the whole thing, I tell you what. Oh, anyway, how can I help you, Julian?
Yeah, Justin suggested that I call you.
All right.
So we've been having an issue for the last few months in the auditorium's bathroom.
All right. Well, now stop right there. Now, if it's bathroom related, all right. Now, what you're gonna need to do is you're gonna need to hang up from me, and you're gonna need to call yourself a plumber. All right. Now, I don't.
No plumbing issues.
All right. Well.
No.
All right. Is it like a heating and cooling issue? I mean, I can. Washington Heating and Cooling, they may not come to the area y'all are in, but I can put in a good word for you if that's what you.
Is that like a family business? Are you related to? Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, me and that's them's my cousins. We are related. They run that business. Best they can.
That's good to know.
Right.
Yeah, I mean we're pretty far, so they'd probably not be able to come out. No. The issue that we're having seems to be demon related.
Demons?
Yeah, like I've heard a voice talking directly to me when I've been in the fourth stall. Our janitor Abramo has been complaining about stuff happening for a while now.
All right.
Our intern Jeremy, the jaded gamer, who I know you haven't met yet, but
all right.
His first day he was traumatized, like he hasn't really been back.
Well,
since then.
Now let me ask you: are you sure it's a demon or is it a ghost? I mean, we need to make that clear right now.
It sounds very demonic. It does not sound ghostly.
Well, now you can't be certain. All right, now I tell you what, they're both about in the same way you got to deal with them. All right, you just got to do a couple things. Now, I've never dealt with a demon. It might be a little bit tougher, but I can tell you what I did to get to. All right, so what happened, Julian, is my Aunt Grace passed away. Now, my Aunt Grace, she was a fighter. All right, she once fought a woman in the church parking lot over a handicapped parking space. Knocked both her teeth out. She only had two.
Wow.
But knocked them both out. I tell you what, great. She was not going to go down in that ground quietly. I'll tell you that right now. Mm-hmm. So she, started haunting Mamaw Sue's house. Started rearranging her beer stein collection. She started putting it in order of data release rather than by size. And, Mamaw Sue, she was very particular about that. So we couldn't have it. All right. It was a whole thing. All right. Now, I don't know what this here demon's doing to you, but if you got a problem, I can tell you what I did, all right?
Okay.
All right. So what you're going to want to do, you're going to want to get yourself, all right. Now, if you look it up on the internet, it's going to tell you you're going to need a Holy Bible, all right? You don't need that, all right? I'm going to tell you right now, we didn't have one around, but what I used instead was the owner's manual to a 2006 Chevy Silverado. All right, so I just use that.
Okay.
Now just brandish that. All right, that's your weapon. All right, that's what you're gonna use. Okay, now you just if anything starts to go awry, you just start reading that there 2006 Chevy Silverado owner's manual. All right, it'll get them every time. Now what you're gonna also need, Julian, you're gonna need something to kind of that they're afraid of. Okay. So
how do I find that out?
Well, now, that's a tricky thing. You might have to converse with that there demon a little bit. Maybe find something it's either afraid of or that it, respects. That's what we did. All right, we found things, that it respected. Right, that Aunt Grace respected. So we knew Aunt Grace, right? So we got that there. We got her a copy of Alan Jackson's 1993 album, a lot about living and a little about love. All right. Now she respected that album. All right. She respected that. All right. Now people would say, maybe you get yourself some holy water. You don't need all that. We just use Kool-Aid. Just sprinkle that around there. That did the trick. They got the message. That sugar, I tell you what, that'll scare off a demon right there. There's enough sugar in that there Kool-Aid. Tell you what. Now the other thing that we did is we made her favorite food. We got some of them there biscuits and gravy for her, and that helped. I tell you what, that got her out there, and then you just got to be stern. All right, you just got to go in there, be like, listen here, Aunt Grace, you can't be here. You can't be here. You got to move on. You just got to kick him out.
Okay. All right. I think I can work with that.
All right. Just be, be stern. Don't be mean. You don't want to insult them. But just tell them ask them kindly. Kindly but sternly. To move on to that there other side. They're not welcome where they are. All right.
Okay. All right. I'm going to do some research and kind of look into that, and I need to get myself a copy of that owner's manual. But
right.
Okay.
Now I'm not sure if the Alan Jackson's going to help you. But
probably not.
It might not.
That
You never
more
know.
Specific.
You never know. All right, but I mean, it could. It can't hurt. I mean, that's a good album.
I mean, Alan Jackson can never hurt.
I mean, that's a good album, Julian. I tell you that right now.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
All right.
Thanks, Jacob. Is there anything else?
No, that helped a lot, actually.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Well, I'm glad
well,
I could help.
You guys take care.
You too.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. And I'll talk to you later.
I'll talk to you later.
All right, thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye. All right, thanks, Justin. I sorry. I everything good out here. Like, did you do some soft chew or something for the audience? Like
soft chew?
I hope like some dancing. Did you entertain the audience while I was backstage?
Is that what soft chewing is?
Yeah.
Oh, every time you said that in the past, I just thought you meant to like softly chew on something. So.
Oh, God damn it. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, folks. We'll return to our regularly scheduled programming.
Yeah. That sounds like a fine idea, Julian.
Yes. Thank you, Justin.
You're welcome.
So I have continued to play through Metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
I'd actually played a bunch of it that I just hadn't talked about because, we had talked about it kind of hot and heavy for a couple weeks straight.
Right.
And then I put it down for a couple reasons. One, I finished Space Marines 2 and I played through Black Ops 6.
Sure.
But also once the results came in, the idea of playing a game where, the core, I think I talked about this last
Yeah,
week,
you
right?
did.
Like,
yeah.
That just didn't really sit well. But I found myself in a situation this week where basically my choice was play a game that brings up the worldwide grief that doesn't necessarily affect me directly, or play Life is Strange, which brings up more personal grief, which does hit me more directly.
Yeah.
And I felt like I could deal with the more worldwide grief.
That's fair.
So that's what I did. And there's stuff that I have not said about Metaphor that I'll say. And then also I've played it pretty hot and heavy. I'm actually like 60, almost 65 hours in. Like I'm it feels like I'm getting towards the end of the game.
Okay.
Or the faux end of the game, probably. We'll see. And I'm trying to remember what my thoughts were before I put it down, because I definitely had some more, and they might come up as I'm thinking about it. But I definitely, when I picked the game back up after however many weeks, I had not played it. I had been in the middle of a dungeon that, from a story perspective, was one of the best bits of story in the game.
Okay.
From a dungeon design perspective, it's absolutely the worst dungeon in the game.
Oh, great.
And one of the worst dungeons that I've probably played in an RPG in recent memory. just
okay.
boring as shit. And the types of encounters where like it was one of 2 dungeons where I actually had to do it in more than one sitting. Like I had to leave and come back because I literally like my entire team was at 0 on magic. And I didn't really have items left to replenish.
That reminds me of a thought that I had while I was playing through the first big dungeon in the game, was that it was way too long for one of those. Like it just like kept going. I like there, and then the second one was like nothing. Like I was like, oh, it's over. Like the second dungeon in Metaphor felt like a kind of a regular Persona dungeon to me, like where they're kind of, they're not too long. They're just right. The first one, I was like, it's still going. Oh, it's still going. Like I remember there's a part where you get to like this big like staircase thing, and they're kind of like, all right, we just got to go up here. And then I was like, no, it's still going. Oh my fucking God. It was a lot. So,
and to its credit, like the way that Metaphor handles like the monthly deadlines like that Persona does, they've actually varied them up pretty wildly, and I've appreciated that. The third like major one technically isn't even a dungeon. It's more of a boss rush, which is kind of neat.
Right.
So I've really appreciated that. And then sometimes it's not even necessarily like, sometimes it's just like a fight.
Right.
Like, sometimes it's just like a boss fight.
That's okay. Yeah, that's cool.
But and this actually is one of the issues that I was having before I put it down. And I know that this is like the way that Atlas makes their games, and I don't know how I feel about it, which is it's almost at odds with itself, because when I first started playing Metaphor, I thought that they had fixed it because I was getting a lot of magic restoring items. And I was like, awesome. They're actually going to let me like use my shit and not have to really worry about like, hoarding my items.
I
like,
thought the
they're giving
same
me plenty.
thing, and then I got to the first dungeon and was like, oh, I'm fucked unless I back all the way out.
It's still that way here where you don't get very much in the way of magic restoring stuff. There is a thing, if you turn your main character into a mage and you kill enemies in the field, you'll get a little bit of magic points back, and there's areas that spawn enemies.
Yep, I've heard.
And if you get to a high enough level to just take them out, you can kind of sit there and do that, but you only get, I think, like 1 or 2 magic points per enemy, so you've got to kind of sit there for a really long time. Yeah, so it's not really that useful. And the other thing is that, like, as I've said before, the overworld combat feels bad.
Doesn't feel great.
So it can be very easy to just like start taking damage because like they'll you'll be in the middle of an attack animation on one enemy and the other one comes up from behind you, and so I don't know.
You can tell
it doesn't work that
it's
great.
Still kind of using like the Persona bones for the combat. Like, because you remember, like you could like sneak up on people and do the sneak attack thing, and you'd go into the whole thing, and now it's kind of still that, but just a little bit clunkier and shit like that, because now there's actual combat involved, and it's just not built for it. But I respect that they tried it. It's a neat idea.
It's an interesting idea. And I'll get to a little bit about like how I still think it doesn't work, like just on a fundamental level.
Okay.
And then the other part of that equation is that, and I actually I haven't mentioned it, but I do hate the fact that like of the 2 Persona games that I've played now, and also this one, basically physical attacks are useless. Even if you're playing like a physical based character, like a brawler or a warrior or a knight, they still like. Their regular attacks don't do shit. You still have to rely on MP consuming moves. Right? And so to me, those work against each other. It's like, okay, so you're telling me that I have to expend MP on every fight, but also MP restoring items are extremely rare and limited.
Right.
So then it kind of boils down to like I said, that one dungeon, I was exhausted, like the entire team tapped out, and I was like right before the boss. Like that's all I really had to do left.
Right.
Actually, that's not true. I still had more than that, but I was close to the end of the dungeon. but like just could not proceed and had to leave and come back the next day. But then on the other side of that, like, and I, you know, and I guess here that it does mitigate a little bit in the sense that like there are a lot, once you get high enough level, and you will do it in every dungeon, you'll get to a point in the dungeons where, okay, now I can just kind of take out most of the fights without actually expending any resources. Yeah. So you're able to save on some MP that way. And I guess that's cool. But what I've found is that like most of the dungeons that I've gone into, like even when I start, I'm not actually engaging in fights because I'm killing everything.
Right. Yeah.
Until I can't.
Yes.
And I find like, you know, how we had talked about like, you know, how like the battles can like go from I've got this to I'm fucked in one turn.
Yep.
It's kind of the same thing here where like, and this has happened to me twice now where I've done a side quest and it happened to me again literally just today.
Yeah.
There's a lot of these towers that are in like each region and it's a side quest.
Okay.
And it's basically just go up the tower. They're all the same design. And then you go fight the boss at the top of the tower.
Okay. Sure.
This is the second time where I go in and I'm so over leveled that I'm not fighting anything except for like a couple enemies going up.
Right.
And then I get to the boss and the boss just fucking annihilates.
Yeah.
Because it's like so much higher level than the rest of my party.
I've had that a few times in the side dungeons where you get to the exactly what you described. So yeah.
And I think what it is that like I'm just going to go ahead and basically bank the levels that I got because I did level up. I leveled up like twice for every character, and I got like a bunch of job levels,
right? Like
going up the tower. But I think I'm just going to go back to the entrance and leave, and then come back when I'm higher level and fight and actually kill the boss, which is what I did on the tower before this.
Right.
But in a game where time is an issue, that fucking sucks.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. And this boss in particular, it's not even a matter of like. At least I don't think it's a matter of fighting smarter. It's a matter of like, oh, this guy can just do a move that one shots two of my party members, and he can just do that every turn if he wants. And you know, buffs don't help because at the beginning of the turn he'll remove all buffs.
Oh, good.
But before he does an attack, so it's like, okay, so I can't even like mitigate this damage.
Yeah,
I just have to. I guess
it isn't one of those weird matters where like because somebody's a certain job class that now it's fucking up. Or now they're enraged or whatever, because that was a thing
not that.
in one of the places where it's like, hey, if you show up as this job, they're gonna be real pissed off and they'll do different attacks and shit. And I was like, oh, okay, weird.
Yeah, no, because I'm actually like the jobs that I'm supposed to be to fight this boss, because of its weaknesses and stuff.
Gotcha.
So yeah, I don't know. I might try it one more time before I exit out for good and come back later, but. Not too jazzed about that.
The safety precaution I always took when I did that was I would save outside before every day. Like every day I would just save. And if I went and did something like that and it went poorly, I'd just reload. I'd be like, I'll just go do that another time. Like, fuck that. Like, yes, you did waste some time and hours in game doing that. But fuck it, man. Like the actual.
I think for me, the levels are too valuable to
sure. I get that.
To part with. So, because again, leveling feels a little slow in the game overall. It does. So I keep comparing, you know, where I'm at with other players, and I'm still behind, even though I'm doing everything, which I don't know if people are just like grinding because it's not really a good grind game, like I've said before.
Or they're just sitting there and beating up on something that they can, you know, get for free and doing that over and over and over again. That
probably
could be, yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, that dungeon, I was like, man, I'm really not feeling this much anymore.
Yeah.
And then stuff started to happen after that. And then I was like, oh, I'm back. Uh-huh. I'm back. And then I was super back in.
Yeah.
I was like, fucking A, that I was not expecting that. That is fucking rad.
Okay.
And I was like, I am super on board. And then right after that, it turns in, and this is the part where I told you this before the show.
Yeah,
this is gonna sell you on going forward. But it really annoyed me and has taken me back out of the game, which is for like a good 2 hours. it turns into the worst WCW versus NWO era promo cutting that I can think of, where it's just like all of the candidates like out in front of like an audience, just like cutting promos, for the lack of a better description of it. It's ridiculous, and it's a certain point, it kind of reminded me of the ending of Metal Gear Solid 2, where my problem with Metal Gear Solid 2's ending is that at a certain point it's like, haha, I was the bad guy all the time. And someone else is like, ha 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 ha, actually, I was the bad guy this entire time.
Right.
And then that next person would be like, ha 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 ha, actually, I double-crossed you, and I was, in fact, the bad guy the entire time. And they just keep one-upping each other to the point of, like, ludicrousy. And that's what this feels like. To me, it was laughably bad. And then the day after, I was like, maybe it's supposed to be some sort of, like, scathing takedown of the American politics system. But legit, like, I was expecting, like, some other candidates just, like, come out with a steel chair and just, like, backstab somebody with it, and like JR is just like, by God, yeah, like that is the level of proceedings that happen.
Actually, it kind of reminds me of I can't remember where it is in Japan, but during elections in I want to say it's like Tokyo or something like that, they are required to give every candidate, no matter how big or how small, TV time. So they get, so you can have absolutely insane people go on and talk to, you know, the broad audience that is in this voting area. And you see some wild shit, because people are doing crazy shit.
And this isn't so much that, because at this point, it's like the serious candidates are the ones that are left.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not a matter of anybody being crazy. It's more of a matter of like, oh, we're just letting the public know this stuff, huh? Like, you know, this is stuff that probably should not be aired out, like, in any way, shape, or form. Like, these are like crazy things that you're dropping on these people. Yeah. And it's like, these are just regular people, man. Like, they didn't wake up for this. Like, they didn't show up for this, man. Like, this isn't their bag, man. I don't know what you're doing here, man.
I'd be curious to see what you're talking about. I don't know. I might hate it too, but it's hard to say.
Yeah.
Hard to say without seeing it.
And then it puts up the next deadline, and this is definitely the first part of the game where I have felt the time crunch in a bad way, where I'm like, that's not enough time for this next thing. And I'm actually a little upset, especially because I ended up wasting a day, because you know how, like, sometimes, or I think you've probably gotten to this point where, like, you'll run into, like, one of the candidates gauntlet runners like en route, and you fight them. Well, when you get to this part of the game, like some of the candidates are like, I'm going to tell you exactly where I am. If you want to throw down, you come here. And it actually becomes like a side quest in itself.
Interesting.
And it's like a boss fight.
Right.
And so one of them was what I thought was on the way to a side quest dungeon, but my route, I didn't realize it didn't take me there. And I think what I was supposed to do is directly go to the guy's gauntlet runner, and then after that, basically add a new leg of the journey to the dungeon. And so basically, like, I had to waste a day to just go directly fight that boss, you know, and only do that for that part of the day.
Right.
And I was like, man, like, I don't have enough time to be inefficient like that.
Yeah.
Like, because you only have like 10 days, you know, to this next objective. And I'm like, this seems like a big deal. Like, this seems like I should probably, like, get all of these side quests done, and I don't feel like I have enough time for it. And the
anxiety. Yeah, I hate that aspect. I'm loving Dragon Age because of magical RPG time. Like, it's all over the place. Like, man, Polara's brother's in a bad way. We gotta go help him out. But listen, first, we gotta go do all this other shit in this town, and I gotta do some shopping, and I gotta do some other shit. But we'll get there. And don't worry, we'll be right on time. It will be fine. I know the ritual is happening right now. Don't even worry about it. You know, it's fine. I love fucking magical video game time.
Yeah.
It's so it's great. It's so great.
And this game has been relatively smooth about it so far, but like now I'm at a point where it's like, oh, I can't progress on most of these social links because I need to, it seems like I need to be level 5 on you know, all of these traits, and I'm getting close to there, but it's like, okay, so now I've got to grind this stuff some more, but also I've got these side quests, but also this, but also that, and you know, there's like too much stuff to do, and it doesn't feel like there's enough time. And again, it's not that I'm at the last thing. I know I'm not the last thing, but it does feel like a big inflection point where I would like to probably have more of the bonuses from these social links available to me.
Yeah.
And maybe be a little bit more leveled. And I'm worried that I'm racing towards a fail state where it's like, oh, I just can't do this.
Right.
Oh, awesome. Because again, it's not really a great grind game either. So it's like other than, you know, killing this boss that I'm not sure that I can kill. I don't, you know.
Yeah.
I was getting a decent amount of experience from the enemies that I could just one shot in this tower. So maybe it behooves me to like go up and down it a couple times before I leave.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll see. I don't know. That's probably what I'll try when I fire it up next time. But I actually need to start playing a game I'm going to be playing God Hand for games my mom found on PS2.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember when I fired that. I remember playing that game and feeling it was like really hard.
It is really hard.
Okay. That was my memory of it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is. The old Clover Studios, I believe, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Clover.
Yeah, that later became Platinum, I believe. Yeah,
mm-hmm. Yeah. The long-standing legacy of critically acclaimed failures.
Absolutely. God Hand wasn't one of them.
Actually,
though.
God Hand isn't even critically acclaimed.
I was going to say God Hand was not one of them.
Yeah.
People hated that game, but it's one of those like weird cult games now. Yes. Where like the people that love it.
Yes.
But yeah. Super Best Friends had a pretty good playthrough of that back in the day, I remember.
I believe it.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a very woolly game, let me tell you. It's a very
So yeah, last thing for me, I mean we have it is I have decided to now call it comments, questions, and concerns to get that nice CQC abbreviation.
That's good. I like it.
I don't know why I didn't think of it before.
I like it.
So we'll end with that, but unless you have anything else, Justin, I think I'm ready to spoil some Rebirth.
Do you want to, should we do the comments before the spoilers though? That way people can,
you know what? Yeah.
Maybe that's the way to do it. That way people can like complete, if they're like, okay, I don't need to listen.
Yeah. They can just peace out early.
Yeah.
No, that's a good point. Okay.
Yeah.
Good idea. Justin.
Sometimes I have a thought.
If you have comments, questions, or concerns, there's a lot of ways to get at us. You can email us. The email address is thestageselectpod@gmail.com. You can DM us on Twitter if you want. We're still on there at StageSelectPod, but no one's ever done it, and probably no one ever will, and that's totally fine. You can join our Patreon, even as a free tier, and comment on the episodes there. You can also comment on the YouTube version. But probably the easiest and most efficient way is to go to our Discord. Join our Discord.
Right.
It's a great Discord. And then there is a channel for comments, questions, and concerns. We will start with email. This comes to us from Casey Curran, who says, "This is the most random question I've had and in no way related to current events. What are your favorite games where you kill Nazis?"
Oh. God, I don't know any off the top of my head.
Really? So many Nazi killing games.
I know.
Probably not games that you've played.
That's what I mean. That's not really my genre. I'm trying to think.
I mean, for me, it's absolutely the Machine Head Wolfenstein games. Yeah. Especially New Colossus. I think that game is inspired.
Yeah.
And you actually get to kill Hitler in that one. So that's fun.
Have they gotten there yet?
It's not Mecha Hitler. It's just regular, like, on death's door Hitler.
Oh.
That you can kill.
Right. Okay.
I think you get a game over if you do it because, like,
yes. Yeah, because okay, I remember this,
but you can just keep reloading that save.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh man, I'm really struggling with that. I know that sounds dumb, but I just don't really play a lot of those kinds of like World War II things, but I will say Wolfenstein is the coolest one. That I know of, that I can think of off the top of my head. I am sure there's a fucking game where I have done this, but I don't remember it. And I'm
the big one that I've always wanted to play that I never have, and I think it's available. I don't know if you can purchase it, but I think it is No, it's not playable backwards compatible. That I looked it up. I think it's only on Steam now. Is the Saboteur?
I remember that game. I never played it though. Yeah. Hold on.
It's like a stealth action game from like the 360 generation, where like as you liberate like certain areas, like the color comes back to the world, because I think it's mostly black and white, like initially.
Right.
Kind of a cool style to it.
I mean, okay, if you type in games about killing Nazis into Google, it just tells you Wolfenstein and Sniper Elite.
Oh, Sniper Elite's real good.
Yeah, Sniper Elite's pretty.
That's a fun game. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't played much of it. I think I have the fourth one.
Right.
I really liked what I played of it. It's a lot.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like Hitman, but mostly with sniping.
Yeah. Now I'm on a different list. There's Wolfenstein.
Oh.
What?
Actually, Blood Rain is probably up there for me. The funny thing about the first Blood Rain is that the beginning of the game is set in these really boring like Louisiana bayou levels. And then there's like a flashback, like where the actual game takes place, where then she's in World War II Germany, like killing Nazis. And I'm like, why didn't you lead with this?
Yeah,
this is fucking badass.
Right.
Sexy vampire lady with arm blades that's killing Nazis. Like, sold. Like, why wasn't that like the whole marketing campaign?
It's weird. You look this up, and there's actually Blood Rain is on this. This is like a full list of
It's mostly like Call of Duty and Medal of Honor.
Day of Defeat.
Right?
Okay, all right. Here's mine. Bionic Commando. Done and done. That's actually okay.
Even though they weren't technically Nazis in our version of it, but we knew.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. That works for me. I'm good with picking Bionic Commando. Battlefield 1942. Yeah, it's a bunch of games that I'm like, these are totally not my Medal of Honor. I remember those.
Yeah.
Call of
You're not much of a first-person shooter in general, but especially not like realistic first-person shooters.
Yeah, there's not as many games as you would think about that, actually. It seems like the perfect enemy, and yet here we are. Then again, I get it. It's a touchier subject matter just because of you might have to go there to prove that they're really bad. I don't know. So maybe they don't want to touch that sort of thing. I guess I get it. It's hard to say. Anyway, what else we got?
Next, then we just have a couple actually from the same person over on the Discord.
Great.
These are both from 60X Self. First one, well, what's y'all's favorite worst game?
Favorite worst game?
Yeah.
Like it's really bad, but you like it?
It doesn't have to be really bad, but like probably like the worst game that you love.
Oh, the worst game that I love.
Yeah.
So okay, do
you like a lot of bad games?
I do, and I'm trying to think. Do you have one or anything?
Yeah, so I had actually like looked up my games like before last week when we were gonna do this question, and I think going through my collection, it's probably Leisure Suit Larry Magnum Cum Laude for PS2.
Sure.
Which is like I haven't played it since 2003 or whatever when it came out.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there's a lot of stuff in there that fucking sucks by today's standards.
Right.
But my memory of it is like I really had a fun time with it. It made me laugh a lot.
Yeah.
I really loved the conversation thing because it's like you're controlling this like sperm going through like these icons, and you want to like try to get the good icons to keep the conversation going in good directions, but there's also like things that'll mess you up. And like it's a really cool dynamic thing where he'll go from like being like kind of semi-suave to just fucking it up, but then also like there's beers that you can swim through, and he'll get drunker, and like, you know, like it's actually pretty impressive for that era, and like the voice acting was really good. It was probably the closest thing to a porn game that I'd ever played at that point, and it was relatively effective in that part as well.
There you go.
It's got atrocious load times even for the time. The mini games are shit, but I don't know. I really enjoyed it. It was some dumb fun. I don't know how I would think about it. I should actually fire that up like while I'm playing God Hand, because you know I have the PS2 hooked up.
I mean, yeah, why not? I have a few. He said games, right? It could be multiple.
He said game.
Game. Okay.
I'll give you multiple.
Favorite. Okay. My current favorite one is Police Simulator Patrol Officers. Like, I legit have a good time playing that game. Like, it's kind of funny. It's really stupid. It's kind of terrible. Everything's breaking all the time, and that's what makes it fun.
I see, and from what I've seen of you play it, I don't know if I would necessarily call that a terrible game. I think it's just, you know, it's an old school, like B tier, you know, lower budget game that's got the jank associated with that
jank
of game development.
Great though, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like you have played far worse.
Oh, I have, but it depends on if I enjoy it or not, right?
Yeah. Like I would actually say that's a pretty decent to good game.
Yeah, okay, all right, sure. I don't know if I agree with that, but sure. From
what, and again, just from what I've seen.
Yeah. Historically speaking, Animal Doctor, a good old Animal Doctor, that was a fun X amount of time of my life. What was the other one I will say I will fully acknowledge that most of the Dynasty Warriors games are pretty terrible, but I still have a good time playing them. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I don't know if they count as bad games. Like, they're not like bad.
Yeah. I think you could make a case, because what I've heard is that 9 is a particularly bad
9
game.
sounds pretty terrible. Yeah, 9 sounds not super good. It just depends on which one I guess you're talking about, but I'm trying to think of like I know one that's pretty bad that I legit sat down and played for hours once in my youth, and that is Playboy the Mansion, I believe was the name of it.
Oh dear, I can totally see why you would have played it.
Yeah,
too.
It's a Sims like. There's constant time management. You're making money and doing business. I sat there and played that for hours because I was just like, oh yeah, well, I'm just gonna sit here and do this for a while. It was a bad game. It was terrible. Yeah, it was not good, but I still played it. I'm sure I could think of even worse if you gave me enough time. But yeah, that's one. That one I remember, because I remember being like the entire time playing it being like, this fucking sucks, but I'm still, the loop is here. So here we are. There you go. It's Playboy the Mansion. Good God. What a, yeah.
Quick run-ups for me that I always talk about. I usually talk about them in terms of B games that I love. And I kind of always talk about them in the same breath, and they're both 360 games. Eat Lead, The Return of Matt Hazard is a particular favorite of mine, and Golden Axe Beast Rider, which I acknowledge that game has some issues, but I super enjoyed that game, and I wish that they had made a sequel to it. But it's not 2-player. It's like, I don't care. I never played Golden Axe 2 players. Like, I always played it by myself. I could 1 credit clear Golden Axe in the arcade, because it was at the Pizza Hut down the street from our duplex, and I used to just play that after school every day.
Well, there you go.
Last question from 60XL.
Sure.
Have y'all thought about doing guest top 10 stuff? I'd be curious to know what caught Mike Fallock's eye, for instance. And I think what they're referring to is like Game of the Year top 10s.
Yeah.
And so I will say Mike Fallock is actually
spoilers.
What I was going to say is when it comes to like a end of the year top 10, as if you're talking about like games from the year, Mike does not really keep current.
Yes.
He plays a lot of older stuff.
For sure.
Because Mike is for new listeners, he didn't really he played like Pokemon and stuff when he was a kid, but he didn't really get into gaming until relatively recently. And his thing is like, well, I got to start from the beginning. So he started buying like Atari 2600 shit and stuff like that. And he's been like moving forward through the generations. He does own a Switch now, and he has like a pretty decent PC, so he can play more recent stuff. But by and large, he's still kind of playing older stuff.
Yep.
So
that's his shtick. Yeah, for sure.
That's kind of his thing. Now, as far as like our Game of the Year plans, we do have guests on. So we're doing 3 recordings of Game of the Year. We've already done one, which had Mike Fallick on.
Right.
And we're recording the second week tomorrow, actually, as we're recording this. And then, like I said, we're doing the final part, which is the big one with the list, like we did for episode 2 of this podcast. We're recording that in the middle of December. We actually have 2 guests on for that. So that's going to be the big one where we're actually whittling down the list to 10 and then ordering that list 1 to 10 and coming to a consensus. So
we have two guests on for the next
one too. Yes. Yeah. And we're very much doing it in the vein of like classic Giant Bomb Game of the Year deliberations, where we've got serious categories, jokey categories, and then at the end doing the big list.
Yep.
And whereas Giant Bomb would record like kind of just a bunch of stuff like for a week straight and then release those like kind of almost unedited.
Right.
What we're doing is we're doing like 3 big recordings that will then be released weekly during our end of season hiatus. So those will actually start airing, I believe, in January, actually, because the last regular episode of the season should be coming out on Christmas Day.
Oh, wow.
And then the following week would be the first episode of Game of the Year, and then the next 2 weeks will be the next 2, and then we'll have some other specials to kind of fill the time.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. The first day was a lot of fun.
It was fun. It'll be good. Yeah.
Yes. And the next one has like our dumbest categories.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So that'll be good. And then the last day is like kind of the more serious shit. Like we've got I think 1 or 2 categories that we'll do before the actual big list, but they're more serious categories. And then we'll see what we do for next year. Like we might have like completely different jokey categories, or we might have, some of them return. You never know. It's kind of more of how we feel at the time.
Right.
But looking forward to it.
Me too.
Yes. So that is it for comments, questions, and concerns.
Yes.
We have completed the CQC portion of the podcast, which means that if you do not want spoilers for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, you can turn the podcast off now.
It'll be okay.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yes, we don't mind. But from here on out, I'm just going to be talking about spoilers on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So you've been warned. Going to give you a little bit more time to hit pause on your listener if you want to do that. But here we are.
Okay, hold on.
Do you want to break?
Yeah, I was going to say, is it okay? I was like, I don't know how long you're going to go on this, and I feel
I don't either.
So I feel like this has been brewing. So I'm like, let me get a cigarette before we start this. If that's okay. Problem. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, we're back.
Yes.
Now you've had plenty of time, listeners, to decide if you want this or not. So I'm not even going to sweat it anymore. Spoiler country from here on out. So I mentioned in the non-spoiler thing about the SIDS shit, which not a fan of.
Yeah, that sounds like it sucks. I hate that.
There's a weird thing that happens with Red when you get to Cosmo Canyon that on one hand I get, but then on the other hand, they don't really commit to it in a way that's annoying.
Okay.
Which is, his voice completely changes when you get to Cosmo Canyon.
Yeah. I spoiled that one for myself because they keep doing a thing where I was at where Aerith was talking to somebody and it's just and you're like, I don't recognize the voice, and I was like, what is going on with this? And I can't remember why I was like, am I supposed to like know what character this is? And then it's like, and then they're like, oh, that's Red 13 that he's talking to. I looked it up and I was like, oh, that's how they're going to play this. Okay, sure. Yeah.
And like when it happens, it makes perfect sense. And even the everybody reacts like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden he sounds like a young anime boy.
Yes.
And I'm fine with that. Like, it's because he is supposed to be a kid.
I was just gonna say,
like, as far as his people go,
and that is the point in the original where he basically changes. He switches to that. Like he that part of him comes out pretty much because he's around like his family and everybody knows him. So it'd be weird if he just came in and he's talking all fucking grizzled vet. Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
So yeah,
and that's fine. Except that then he doesn't talk like that sometimes. And so there's one specific part where it makes sense where he's telling you a story and he goes, and he goes into his like serious voice that he's been using since Remake.
Right.
And it's like, okay, but there are other times where it's like, it almost seems like a roll of the dice on if he's going to talk like, deep and serious or like
kind of weird.
Like his real voice is. And it's just a little bit like jarring and I was like, just pick one, and stay with it. Yeah. And I'm fine. It's the switching back and forth constantly that I have issues with.
I think you could pull it off, the switching, as long as if he's talking in private with the party, he talks with the anime boy voice. But when he's talking to somebody who's not in the party, he's trying to act cool and do that stuff. Right. And you could play it like that and it'd be kind of fun. That could work.
But they don't do that.
Yeah, I didn't figure they did. I didn't figure that was the bit, or else it. Yeah.
And the whole Cosmo Canyon stuff, actually, I feel that it missed the point. And a lot of the stuff that they did, I feel misses the point. And a lot of it comes down to what I keep saying, which is like, oh, you couldn't resist. Like you had to either explain this, or you couldn't wait to like have something reveal itself in time. Oh, actually, two big points that I did want to talk about that aren't necessarily that I learned before I got to this part of the game, but it's worth bringing up. So when Yuffie joins the party, she makes it very clear to like everybody in the party that she just wants materia and she's out to steal materia and she'll do anything in her power to get the materia. Where my memory of the character in the original game is that you, the player, knew that she was planning some sneaky, underhanded shit, but the party was not aware of that.
Right.
Where here, they all know basically to like keep one eye open for her all the time.
Right.
And it's like super explicit and in your face, and it's like, well, that kind of ruins all of the like fun and kind of not mystery so much as like just like that playful nature of the character, right?
Yeah. To be fair, she's also she's almost like Vincent in the original. Like she has one big thing in like Wutai that involves her, but like other than that, like she's also just kind of there. Like she doesn't have like
But now she's a fully
fledged character. So I guess they leaned into that aspect. It kind of works.
But I think it would have been better, especially because there are characters that betray you.
Sure.
And also because there is a betrayal that she perpetuates when you get to Wutai, which is they've said is in the next game.
Okay.
Or maybe they're going to do it for DLC. I don't know. But That's going to come later, and
that DLC would be the way to do that. I think
so too, because the Wutai part is like completely optional.
It's completely optional. And you could do a lot of cool stuff with it on DLC, and yeah, that would actually be a better way to do that, in my personal opinion, because outside of the side stuff, and yeah, there is some interesting shit in the new, remake stuff where it's like, no, Wutai, we're going more into the war with Shinra and Wutai and all that stuff. So it'd be cool to expand upon that stuff in the DLC. And also, she was in the original DLC. She was the main focus or whatever. So yeah, that would be a lot better, I think. Especially because, do they even mention? I can't remember if they even mentioned the guy from the DLC, like the other character that isn't her.
Yes. Towards the end of it, they do.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Then the other thing is with Kate Sith, which is he just flat out tells everybody, and it's not even in a cutscene. It's literally just like in incidental dialogue as he's walking around. He's like, "Yeah, I work for Shinra." No,
that's not how that's supposed to go. That's terrible.
Yeah, it is.
That's awful.
And so then the whole time Barrett is like, "I'm watching you. I know you better not be telling stuff to Shinra." And it's like, why wouldn't he be? Like, if you know that he works for Shinra, why would you assume anything else? And they even make this whole big thing of like, "No, we trust you." And it's like, fucking how?
Oh, I hate this so much. That's fucking awful. That sucks. I hate that.
There is one aspect of the Kate Sith thing that's better than the original, which is when he does steal the black materia from you.
Yeah.
Not only does he leave the party,
right,
instead of sticking around, but they take out that whole part of like, well, I kidnapped Marlene. So they take that part out because like, it's kind of like, I never cared for the character to begin with. But as I was listening to NoCat, play through the game multiple times, I'm like, this actually makes the character just like unforgivable.
Right.
Because like, not only does he take like the big thing that's supposed to bring about the end of the world.
Right.
But also he like kidnaps like a defenseless little girl, like, and keeps her hostage so that he can stay in your party.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, that shit sucks. So they get rid of that part of it. And so, and his reasoning for doing what he does actually makes sense, which is, if something bad was going to happen from taking the materia, I wanted it to happen to them and not you.
Yeah.
And that's his reason for doing it.
Well, what's funny is, I can agree with that. Yeah, it does kind of make him unforgivable. Like he sucks. Like I remember playing that when my friend and I played that when I was, I was 12. I think he might have been 11, something like that. Whatever. We played it at a very young age. I remember we got to that part and we were both like, "Oh my God, fuck this guy!" Like he used that character in his party because it was, he was a cute looking cat guy and the big Mog and stuff like that. It was cool. But as soon as that happened, we're like, we're never putting him in there again. This guy is, he sucks. We hate him. Like this. But I remember my friend being like, "I know who it is though. I'm pretty sure." Like, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting. Okay." Because I mean, it's pretty obvious who it is. If going back to it like years later, I'm like, oh yeah, it's pretty obvious. Like they basically spell out who it is the entire time.
I still love the fact that Jeff and Ryan had no clue up until the actual reveal, and they were legit shocked because like, those guys are like way smarter than us, but then sometimes are super like, they just like miss like very obvious things, and I love them
for sure. But at the same time, like, I guess it is kind of easier to miss, especially in the original. Like, if you're not paying like that big of attention to it,
and they're little polygonal chibi characters.
They're little polygonal chibi characters. Reeve only shows up like in like that one meeting and like maybe one other spot,
a couple other times,
like a couple times, but like he's kind of like a real minor, blink and you'll miss him, Shinra stooge kind of guy, and that's really it. So I could see not seeing that coming, I guess. But yeah.
So those are like a couple fundamental things where I feel that like they couldn't wait for the reveals, and they just decided to tell you up front. And it kind of reminds me, and a lot of it actually, especially towards the end, it reminds me of what I didn't like about watching Game of Thrones, rather. And I haven't read the books, so I don't know if this deviates from the actual novels or not. But I got to a point, and it was especially with the Red Wedding, where I was like, oh, there's these characters that had like these interesting threads to pull on, but instead of pulling on those threads, he just clipped them.
Right.
And he does, and it would happen a lot where it's like, oh, I can't wait to see where this, oh, then they're dead.
Yeah.
You know, and like there's a lot of that where it's like, it's almost like they sacrificed like an interesting, deeper conversation, for lack of a better term, for shock value of like, oh, they're gone. Holy you know, and like, it's interesting once or twice, but then it started to happen so often that it's like, I would have been much more interested in like what that character's like arc was going to be.
Yeah.
You know, and there's certain aspects of that in Rebirth as well, where it's like, you couldn't help yourself. And I kind of wish that you would let this play out naturally.
Yeah. To a point, Game of Thrones, I can agree with that. But at the same time, I kind of like that. I like that they make you like the character so much, and you're rooting for them, and then they're not afraid to get rid of them.
No, and like that can be interesting, but again, I think it started to happen so often.
No, you can do it too much. Yeah, like I think Red Wedding was great. I loved that part because I genuinely didn't see it coming until it happened, and then I was like, wow, that's crazy, because you're like, okay, well, this is where the story's going, and then it's like, no, it's not, it's super not going there, and then you deal with the fallout of all that stuff, and I think it's kind of major push and pull, not to derail everything, is that like it's mostly like, these events happen, they really suck, and now what do we do? Now what happens after that? And like the fact that it keeps going, like you could stop the story at a tragic end right there, you know, and that would be it. But like the fallout's interesting. Anyway, the Shinra fucking, the fact that he just openly tells them he's in Shinra is fucking mind blowing to me. That's like the big thing. So I feel like the biggest problem they have is they're trying to change stuff, but they also know a lot of people already know the deal with the character, so they're trying to play both sides somehow, and I don't know if that works. Like, we know that he works
especially
for Shinra.
because he does all the same things, other than, like I said, you know, they kind of rehabilitate the character ahead of time, which needed to be done, because I think the whole like, why would he still be in the party, and why would they even like talk to him after he kidnaps Marlene, right? Like, you know, so that part needed fixing.
That did. No, I'll agree with that. You have to give him some sort of redemption, and I like that, but I feel like it would have definitely been much more interesting to deal with the fallout of him betraying the party and them not seeing it coming. And having and us having to now, like, okay, do we trust this guy now? Like and do we actually buy his, you know, story of why he did what he did? You know, that's much more interesting than. Like,
no, I agree.
Yeah, than just being like up front, like, I work for Shinra. Watch out for me.
Oh, Justin. Oh, we haven't even gotten to the next thing that I think is going to really
I feel like it's going to get worse. I already know, but.
So the stuff at Cosmo Canyon, like, I think my big complaint there is that, again, my memory, and also going off of like the No Cat playthroughs, is that, you know, like everybody in Cosmo Canyon and like Bugenhagen, you know, they have a fundamental understanding of like the nature of the world, and, you know, how like Shinra and the technology of the world is destroying it.
Sure.
But it's framed here as more of like kind of hippy dippy spiritualism, borderlining on cult. Like there's seminars that you can't attend unless you've been invited, and after you talk to Bugenhagen, like, he invites Tifa for what sounds like re-education because she says a wrong thing.
Okay.
And basically she asks a question, and the question does not agree with his worldview. So he's like, well, you're ignorant, so go go to our seminar for re-education, and also try the Kool-Aid.
Sounds very Scientology to me.
It is. It's extremely Scientology. And when you go sit in on the seminar with her, she tells the story of when she fell into the live stream earlier in the game and, saw this and that. And the reaction of everybody's like, huh, well, that's all the time we have today. So, and then they just adjourn. And it's like, why is this even here? Why? I don't understand what's going on.
In the original game, they came off as like a native tribe. Like they were a tribe that was, and there was also like a rival tribe even. And there was a whole thing there, but
I forgot about Justin. Oh God.
What?
The dungeon where you go learn about the history of
the Gi tribe.
And the Gi.
Yeah.
They make the Gi sympathetic.
Oh,
like they go to this whole thing of they were not from here and so they couldn't return to the planet, so their souls were trapped here, so it's super tragic that they can't move on. Another thing, aspect of the original game doing it better with little Lego characters.
Yeah.
When you get the final reveal of Seto's petrified body, they botch it.
Great.
The swelling of the music in the original and the way it pans up with the tear coming down.
It's the
tears coming down from the statue.
It's the one spot where they play the sad Cosmo Canyon theme, and it's great. Mm-hmm. It's an amazing song in the original.
It chokes me up every time that I get to that part, right?
It's great.
Here, it's just the music's there, but it's so in the background that you barely notice it. And kind of just the framing of everything isn't as good. And the statue is so high up from everything else that I don't even know how they would see the tear because he's so far away. And I don't know, it just doesn't have the same emotional oomph that
the original
a 1997 PS1 game had.
Right.
It's kind of crazy to me. And then there's this whole extra part where the spirit of Gina Tak, who is the boss of that area, talks to you and ferries you to the town of the Gi, and then you're hearing about their tragic backstory, and basically they're the ones who created the black materia, and they want to use the black materia to help them move on because they're tethered to the planet and can't move on to the live stream.
So they need to blow the planet up or help somebody blow the planet. Okay, that's too much. I don't like that either. But, important question: is the boss killable with one X potion?
Of course not.
What the fuck are we doing? That's my favorite thing. That was the coolest moment ever. Every Final Fantasy, I demand from that there be.
No, you have to have an undead boss that you can kill with auto life or full life or something.
It's the best. It always feels great because you're just fuck this guy, fuck him. You don't get many X potions at the start of Final Fantasy VII, but you do get one, and you're like, ooh, that's cool. I'll use that in a dire time, but it's no, you use it for that guy. That's who you use it for. Because the X potion
technically you should also be able to use a Phoenix Down on him, or
you can.
That should work.
No, it does. In the original game, it totally does. But the problem with Phoenix Down is it misses more often than not, where X potion will hit every time.
I see.
So you don't risk wasting Phoenix Downs on him. You X potion once, dud, instant death.
Yeah.
So
I'll never forget the last boss of Final Fantasy X. Auron had zombie on his blade, and he had done a physical attack, and the boss was flashing green, and I was like, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Is he zombie? And then I had Unicast full life, game over, and I was like, that's awesome.
That shit's great. I love that type of thing, man. It's great.
It's one of those things, if you know, you know.
Exactly.
And but so then I forget, the reason that you go to Nibelheim is different here, and I don't quite remember. Kate Sith wants to find Shinra terminal to look up something or other, and he says like, "Oh, don't worry, like even with the town burned down, like the terminal will still be there. Those things are like protected or whatever. Like it'll be at the reactor or whatnot." And you remember like how creepy and off-putting it was when you return to Nibelheim and everything's intact.
Yeah.
But like everybody is like gaslighting you and being like, "No, we've been living here for years."
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like there wasn't anything that happened here.
What are you talking about? Yeah, it's kind of great.
Literally, almost as soon as you set foot in the town, they're like, "Oh yeah, like Shinra rebuilt this town, and we work here, and we help people with mako poisoning."
Oh, you're fucking it up so bad. I hate that. No, you're missing the point. No.
Yeah.
Oh.
You get about like maybe 2 minutes of being confused about what's going on, and then they're like, "Oh no, actually no, we all work for Shinra."
This hurts
it's
my
fine.
soul so much. God, I was upset about the fucking weapon thing because the weapons aren't supposed to show up until like what would probably be, I'm guessing, in the third game. Okay, we're in spoiler territory. The game stops when like after the Aerith event, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's the end. So like you wouldn't get to where like the weapons awaken in the original game. Like there's a big like awakening for them, and like I always thought it was like the coolest shit.
Right,
like it's
because a bunch of them deploy all at the same time.
Yeah, they all deploy at the same time because you flash forward a little bit, and I believe that's when Tifa's in jail. You do the whole thing there, and then like suddenly they're being attacked by a weapon, and you're like, holy shit, this is crazy. Yeah. There's bigger problems now. This is kind of cool.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't all the weapons in the original game like individual like designs? Like there aren't any generic weapons, right?
No, there's they all have their own thing going on. There's
and so here there's like generic weapons that are just like you see like multiple versions of the same weapon.
No, they're
swimming
they're
around.
all special in their own thing. There's ruby weapon, emerald weapon, omega weapon,
diamond
weapon. The one that attacks in the thing that gets blown up by the cannon is sapphire weapon, I believe. I cannot remember. I think that might be it. I think there's like 5 of them. I might be missing one, but I don't think I am. Or we didn't, because you named Diamond. I actually kind of forgot about. I know. I remember that scene specifically. I always forget what his name is though. Yeah, they're all named after gems except for Omega. What the fuck? Yeah, but it's really cool because like they basically like, you just beat Genova Life. Everything's kind of going nuts. Cloud's fucking doing some wild shit. Everything's, going is really weird, but then you see Shinra having a meeting, and then all of a sudden like you can kind of tell that these things in the background are kind of alive and starting to come into play. It's cool. It's cool as shit. And then I got to fucking the one place, the fucking Coral Mountain, and they're just like, no, there's just one right here, and we know what it is. Like, no, that's right. That's not. I mean, just save that for the third game. It could be such a cool mechanic. Like, oh shit, that's what the whole third game is about. Like the weapons are awakened now. What are we gonna do about this shit? It ain't good. Like, and you just have these giant fucking. You can make it a whole thing, and they don't do it. Oh god, they're not gonna do it because they already fucking showed you one. Yeah, I'm guessing you can go back and fight it, can't you? Or is it like a
no? So you don't fight any weapons in this game. And so what I'm thinking is that they'll probably still have like obviously they're gonna have like the named weapons that we all know, and those will be like major bosses, and maybe some of them will be side bosses. But I also have a feeling that you're gonna be fighting just generic weapons like multiple times through the course of the game.
I know, like you fight Omega like a bunch. Like that's a big part of 7. You have to fly around and find him for however many times and beat him, and then he finally, I believe, lands over Midiel, and then you beat him and it explodes and Midiel blows up, and that's the whole thing. Because then you have to get Cloud out of it. It's the whole thing. Anyway, No, so you can't go back and fight. I got the impression when I got there that like, oh, this is like a like super boss that I can come back to later on in the game.
Oh, it might be, because again, I decided
I didn't figure you did it, but I figured that was my assumption.
That's a good point.
When I seen it was like, oh, I can if I want to like the big challenge is to come back here and where these guys are and fight them.
Actually, that's a good question. I'm going to look that up real quick.
Yeah.
I'm sure that if it's there, then I can just look up Rebirth weapon fight.
Yeah, because even it's an interesting question, because if that is what they did, I guess I get it, because you want your side content big bosses, and I don't know how. I think the better way to do it would just be, if you want side content big bosses, just do some weird VR shit with Chadley. That's fine. Then people can have a good time. It'll be all right. I don't know. What do I know?
I don't think that there are. It seems like there's just people like thinking about what they could be, like if they did it. So
okay, so the weapons are already awake, but they haven't awakened yet. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Great, even better. Yeah.
They're awake, but they're not angry.
Oh, cool.
I guess.
Sure.
Yeah, like
they're not pissed yet.
Yeah. So they do a new thing here where like you need to get into the Shinra mansion, but you need a key card. Mm. Oh no, right? Because so Kate Sith can't use the terminal that's in the town, and so he wants to go into Shinra mansion, but the supervisor is at the reactor. So like part of the party goes and back to the reactor, and you have that whole thing like going down the pipes like you did before.
Yeah.
And blah blah blah, and you get the key card. Meanwhile, like the rest of the party just decides to go into the mansion and starts looking around, like, which is like, I thought that's the reason that we needed the key card to begin with. You're just adding extra work here, aren't you?
Well, you can,
and they add a bunch of extra work. Like the whole mansion now is a super annoying, extremely tedious physics puzzle based Hojo dungeon, which that was my least favorite part of Remake, was why is this long ass Hojo dungeon here like right before the end of the game? This is awful.
And
once again, it's awful. Although Bill had made a good point when I was talking to him for the Final Fantasy VII portion of A Gamer Looks at 40, which is that his observation was that Hojo is kind of secretly like the big bad, because he's kind of responsible for like so much of the stuff that goes wrong.
I'll agree with him. Absolutely.
Behind the scenes.
Yes, 100%.
And so both of these games, I think, do a better job of really putting him front and center as like, no, this is the person that you should actually hate.
Hojo is, I mean, he's despicable, like, for real. Yes. He's like, there's like, Sephiroth is a bad guy, don't get me wrong, but he's not, he kind of goes,
he's a sympathetic bad guy.
Sympathetic, like, because and a lot of it's had to do with Hojo, because Hojo is so bad. Like Sephiroth wants to kill that guy, and you're like, yeah, no, I get it. It's
like even back in 1997, like the week the game came out, when I was playing it sick at home, like I felt bad for Sephiroth up until the end of disc 1, and then I was like, oh, he's got to go.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
but for that entire first disc, I was like, Sephiroth is like, he's, I feel for him. Like he's had a lot of bad stuff happen to him, and he doesn't know who he is. And I felt for him.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
Then he crosses the line. It's like, okay, well,
then he goes too far, and this man must be stopped at this point. Right? Yes. Absolutely.
Just as an aside, I met our friend Griffith in Berserk, because I don't know if you heard about the Weeb MD guy, the older guy. He's an older man who's reading Berserk for the first time, and like I think his daughter is like filming TikToks of him explaining like what his thoughts on the comic.
That sounds entertaining.
So when he found, like, after he met Griffith, like he referred to Griffith as our friend Griffith, and I already know that like Griffith is like one of the big bads of the book, right?
Yeah.
I've just absorbed that over the years through osmosis, and so I've met our friend Griffith.
Oh,
like,
nice.
I'm through of the Golden Age now.
All of it. Okay.
Yes.
How many books is that? Is it only man that
it's like half of the second volume.
Oh, really? And it's done. Mm-hmm. Wow, yeah. That was a 20-something episode anime. Was the entire
it goes by really fast when there's like hardly any dialogue on any of the pages.
That's true. I guess you exchange when you animate all the battles that are taking place, it actually does fill up a lot more time. Yeah, and I remember that. Not to get sidetracked here, I remember watching that and telling people, I was like, oh man, it's really good. I really like it. But you have to stick with it until you get to, I always forget this guy's name. So maybe you'll remember, like the first like actual demon encounter he has. It's some guy, the Immortal, and I can't remember his name. Unless that's not in the thing.
Oh, I don't think I've gotten there yet.
Okay.
Cause so far he's fought that snake guy and the chancellor that had like, you know, made himself all grotesque.
No. This was an encounter he has in the past while he's in the Band of the Hawk. So maybe
you know what? Okay, so those are two different things, right? The Golden Age, like I'm at the end of that story, but then the next story after that, he's still with the Band of the Hawk.
I'm sorry.
So it's still in the past.
Yes.
It's just the actual Golden Age arc. Like I've gotten to the end of that.
Got you. Okay. Now,
but I'm still in flashbacks.
Okay. Yes. All right. Yes. Okay. I was like, wow, that went by really fast. Like that seems like it should be like more than one book, honestly.
Golden Age is basically just like how he joins the Band of the Hawk.
Okay.
And like the first couple of things that kind of solidify him as a member.
No, you're it's once that encounter happened, like, and mind you, you haven't seen much of the demonic stuff when you're watching the anime. Once that one happens, I was like, holy shit, okay, I'm in. This is fucking awesome.
Right. I will say, just to bring it back to Final Fantasy, there's one panel in that storyline where Guts pulls his sword out, and I'm like, that is the classic Cloud Strife battle pose. Oh, yeah. And I see it. Like, it's like, okay, I'm definitely seeing like how influential this thing became.
Berserk was a big deal. Yeah, for sure.
You know, and I'll gloss over like all the dungeon shit. Like it's awful. Like I wanted to stop.
I get it
because of how annoying it got. And I know that if you had gotten to this point, there's no way you would have continued.
I believe
I just know you too well.
Yeah.
But and I talked to you about this off mic, but I'm going to say it to the listeners. So you do encounter Vincent, and it's very similar to how you encountered him in the original game. He's in the coffin. He comes out. He talks to you. You get to choose like the thing to say to him. And so I knew to say Sephiroth. Like that's the thing that gets him going.
Yeah.
You actually fight him as a boss. Like he turns into his were form, and it's a big boss battle.
Okay. I'm not sure I like that.
Yeah. And then he's like, all right, well, you do whatever you want, but fuck off. And then he gets back in his coffin and you leave.
That was how the original was. He was like, yeah, all right, I'm going back to bed. You know, I'll talk to you later. Maybe.
Right. But doesn't he then like stop you like right as you're about to leave and come with you?
You walk out, you get to a certain point down the hallway. He flies out of the thing, stops you, and then comes with you. Yes. It's like 2 minutes in between those things. Yeah.
Here you get all the way back to the tiny Bronco, which again is just Sid flying you around, and he's just sitting on the tiny Bronco, and he's like, yeah, I'm coming with you. But he never actually joins the party, nor does Sid actually join the party. They're just kind of there.
So you don't get to play as either of them? Like, you don't?
No.
Okay.
And the Sid stuff, like, he's super shoehorned in, and now I'm starting to forget what I said in the non-spoiler part and what I told you before the show.
Well,
but basically, they don't like, they have no mention of him wanting to go to space.
Yes,
like his reasoning for joining Shinra was he wanted to be a pilot. He wanted to fly. And so he's doing what he loves. He's flying the tiny Bronco, and it's like, that is not what you love. And they also shoehorn in this like weird thing of like, oh, he flew Aerith's mom Elfana at one point, and that's how he recognized Aerith. And, he has these stories to tell about Aerith's mom.
Thinking about it now, and there's no Rocket Town, so there's no. I think
there will be.
Okay, sure, maybe there will be.
Maybe actually, I guess there's if Sid's already in the mix, I guess there doesn't need to be.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Well, no, because they do try to fire the rocket to stop Meteor, so it has to show up. in the next game.
There's also huge materia involved in that. If that's going to be
big huge materia.
I can't remember.
They call it something. It's a different name. It's
a different name now, and I can't remember it.
Yeah, I think it's like gigamateria or something like that. Or,
I can't remember.
Yeah, it's some. I mean, it's better than huge materia. Huge materia is a dumb name.
It was. Yeah, that always seemed like a mistranslation. Absolutely, 100%. Anyway, they probably could go to space and make a whole thing.
Yeah,
I can't remember what the girl's name is that lives with Sid.
Shira,
that's it. Or Shara, or whatever the hell it was.
However you want to pronounce
it. We always did Shara, but yeah, Shira sounds like it could absolutely be right. I wonder if they're trying to get around the fact that
the rampant misogyny.
Yes, I wonder if they're like, maybe we need to change Sid a little bit and make him.
He's my least favorite Sid for a reason.
He's not a great guy at all.
No, he's not.
No.
Yeah. Oh, and that's another thing that I really don't like about him here is that he seems way younger than I feel he should be. Because I want to say that I think he's like 46 canonically. Like
I think he's 30 something in the.
Oh, that's right. So I guess he actually does look the age he should be, but he always came across as older than Barrett.
Absolutely always did. Yes.
Yeah, and here he feels like he might be in between Cloud and Barrett's age.
Okay.
And that's just a design thing.
I'm not big on that.
It's whatever.
I'm not big on that.
His characterization is fine. He has kind of like a Texan accent, which kind of makes sense. Like that's
sure. Yeah, no, that 100 that was even in kind of his old dialogue a little bit was some kind of, he had an accent of some sort. It came across.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's it. That if they're trying to like,
it might be.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
Which.
And you can soften that and still have like the general gist of like, the fact that he has this kind of seething resentment towards her, but just not have him be as much of a dick, right? Like you can still
or really lean into it. It could be really interesting, actually.
True, yeah.
Like having him around, and maybe like he gets.
It's so like it's a like I say with Ashley Williams, right? It's okay to have like good like characters that are written well that are not good people.
Yeah, he can be not a good person, and that would be actually interesting for them to have to deal with that and be like, no, this guy's helping us out. He's the only guy who's willing to do it. We kind of don't like him, but there's a good person in there, and we just but we should start calling him out on this shit or something. I don't know. There's a lot going on. That could be interesting. There's a lot to do there. But
I agree.
I feel like the tactic was like, maybe we just cut this out and just pretend he's a really good guy. He's just the best pilot. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. He definitely doesn't display any type of temper or gruffness or like he's super affable.
Does he at least
whatnot.
Smoke?
No.
Bull fucking shit. What are we doing? Oh, come on. Oh, come on, remake. Yeah. He's got a fucking... That's his whole thing. He lights the dynamite. It's literally one of his moves
is like lighting the dynamite.
The fuck, man? God damn it.
And then Vincent also is just like... He's there and he's always brooding. He probably has maybe 5 lines of dialogue like after he quote unquote joins.
Yeah.
And his reasoning for joining, I mean, it's the same thing as like, oh, if you're going after Sephiroth, I want to be there with you.
That was pretty much in the original.
Yeah. But he never does anything. And like, there is a part like in the Temple of the Ancients where like, as it's starting to come down, he like encounters the rest of the Turks and he says something like, I don't know, Turks don't die or something like that, and he kind of helps them get out of the temple. Oh, also Song lives.
Yeah.
Because why not? You know, like that's kind of their big thing is characters that died, like they get to live now.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was around that time where he he
gets stabbed by
Sephiroth in the fucking Temple of the Ancients. It's a big fucking thing. Yeah.
He still gets stabbed, but
he's okay.
He's okay. It's fine. I will say,
sure,
Elena fucking rules.
She's great. She was the one or two encounters I had with her up to that point. I thought she was great. So yeah,
every time that she shows up, like she's so plucky and like raring to go, but also there's something about her voice actress that just nails it.
Yeah, she was the funnest Turk in the original one.
Oh yeah,
by a lot. But at the same time, like it's really these are the type of expansions in the game that I like. I love that type of stuff. You know, go more into the characters and give them more, and that's great.
Like there's a part in the I'm getting ahead of myself, but there's a part in the Temple of the Ancients where Reno and Rude are fighting monsters in the temple.
Okay.
And you go down and help them fight the monsters. And during that fight, Rude saves Tifa from a monster. And then he kind of faces her like he's going to fight her. But then he like kind of, you know, he stops and he kind of does his glasses and he turns around because he's got a crush on her.
Okay.
But then after you clear out the rest of the monsters, then he actually does fight her because it's his job. But like, you know, it plays into that thing of like, oh yeah, right, Rude's got a crush on Tifa, right? Because there's that. Yep. I don't know if they actually. I don't remember if they have.
That was in Wutai, if I remember correctly. So the bar scene where you walk in and you hear the conversation with them saying who.
Isn't there another one though where oh no, but isn't that near Gongaga where like. You're at the reactor and like they're talking about that and she's by herself and she's talking to you. She's like, oh yeah, they just always talk about who they like and whatnot. They're not as serious as Song. He's a real man or something like that. And then she turns around. She's like, oh,
I can't remember. I can't.
I think it happens a couple times.
It might be a couple times. I feel like it's definitely a big thing in Wutai, but man, I can't honestly remember. And I'd have to that I would have to go back and play. But I do. I mean, it was a big thing.
Yeah, and I think in Remake, Rude mentions to Reno that he likes Tifa. So it's established. You know,
sure, yeah,
it's definitely established in these games that he's got a thing for Tifa. So that's a nice little nod.
Absolutely.
To it. But yeah. So yeah, Vincent's just kind of there, and it's actually kind of obnoxious because like he'll show up at times when it's like. It's actually a lot like Final Fantasy XIV dungeons, where the big flaw about the story of Final Fantasy XIV is that the Scions, who is ostensibly your party, if the game was a single player game, this would be the party.
Okay,
you know, you will go into a dungeon and they'll be like, well, okay, you go ahead and blah blah blah, and then you go do the dungeon with like your you know the party that you did party find for, and then you beat the boss, and then the Scions run up and they're like, oh. We just got here, like every time. Like it's like they show up right after the boss falls, and it's like, what the fuck were you guys?
Yeah,
and it's kind of that with Vincent, where it's like, oh right, yeah, I forgot he was here.
Yeah,
okay, that's fine, and it's fine if you don't want to make him playable. I think they should have just introduced him and then not have him show up again until
that would have been interesting, actually. Yeah, that could have been interesting. I guess they'll make it a big deal. If they do make Sid and Vincent playable in the next game, that'll be the big deal. Like that'll be like, look, we can play as these guys now. Yeah,
that's going to be the big thing with the trailers. Is like, oh, here's gameplay of them. You know, like,
and you almost have to expand the party in that particular part of it because. That's where Cloud leaves the party. That's where Tifa leaves the party. Sid leads the party at one point. So like you kind of, unless you're going to do away with a lot of that stuff, you kind of have to, you're going to need people to fill those roles. And so, yeah.
And to the game's credit, they do a really good job of like, they'll actually force party makeups for you, which, you know, works from a narrative perspective and also from a gameplay perspective where it's like, okay, like, I only have Barrett and Red for this part, but also that means that this whole area is geared around their abilities.
Right.
So it actually works out, and also, you know, keeps things fresh, right? Because like you can very easily kind of just play as Cloud because it's fucking Cloud.
Right.
And it's like, but the other characters are fun to play as too, except for Aerith. So, and Kate, because he's never been good.
No, he's all
fucking hate that character.
God, his limit break's terrible.
Mm-hmm,
I'm talking original game. It's just like complete luck. It's like no.
It's the same thing here. Yeah, it's
that's awful. Yeah, no, terrible.
Yeah. That's the Nibelheim shit. Like they really botched that. Oh, and then there's this whole other like side plot with like there's this like interim government in Wu Tai that is like leading a resistance.
Yeah.
And is led by this general who is a former soldier who has gone over to Wu Tai named General Lodbrok.
Okay.
And there's this whole thing about like Yuffie's super behind him because he's like making a big change for Wu Tai and it's going to be so great. But behind the scenes, he's actually meeting with Rufus Shinra, and you get the impression that they're working together to start a new war between Shinra and Wu Tai. But then there's also dialogue where Rufus is like, oh, you're just trying to distract me from finding Sephiroth. And it's like, it doesn't really seem to go anywhere. And then I think Rufus kills General Lodbrok at the end. Actually, it's not clear because it might also just be one of the Sephiroth clones in the robes.
Okay,
so that's a thing. Oh, the Roche, the really terrible new soldier character that Amano created. He submits to some experimentation by Hojo to like get the upper hand on a fight with Cloud.
As one does, yeah.
And you fight him one-on-one, and then when you beat him, like a bunch of the other, this is actually right after the Nibelheim thing, now I think about it, a bunch of the robed Sephiroth clones like circle him, and then they descend upon him, and then they pull away, and then he is also wearing a robe now and saying reunion, which is just the dumbest shit.
Cool. Cool.
Yeah, no, it totally works.
I guess that's their reveal that, hey, all these guys are actually Hojo experiments, and that's why, unless they revealed that earlier and I don't remember.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is that like they went out of their way to make the robes look like extremely stylized, like they have a symbol painted on the back and they're all torn in the same way, and it's like,
no,
my impression before was that they just like were all wearing like potato sacks basically.
Yeah,
they found, like,
because
it wasn't like a uniform.
It was just experiments that didn't work out or whatever, and they kind of leave you to. From what I remember, they kind of leave you to like your own devices to kind of figure that out, because they just kind of like like Red 13 basically goes, yeah, all of Hojo's experiments get a tattoo, and then you start finding them on those guys. He has a tattoo of the number 8 or whatever, and you go, oh, okay, these are Hojo experiments, got it. But they're all trying to find Sephiroth for some reason. That's weird. What's up with that? Right?
Yeah,
but
okay. And then, I haven't mentioned like the stuff with Zack, but, it's very clear that Zack is in an alternate universe where everybody died except for Aerith and Cloud. And like, the Shinra building was destroyed like during the Whisper attack and everything. Right. And he ends up like finding Biggs, who also survived, but it's not the Biggs that we encountered. I'm sick of multiverse shit.
Yeah.
Like I used to love it, and it's kind of funny that like kind of at the same time, like everybody discovered multiverse at like, just
feels that way.
Like it. Yeah. And here it's like, because even 14 has a multiverse story, right? Like basically like there's a way of looking at 14 where the other, like games exist in their own realities, and so that's how you have like the crossovers, right? So like when Noctis comes in for the special event, like he comes through a portal. Right. Same thing with Clive from 16.
Right.
because all those are different universes and whatnot, and you know that's fine. You know, they also did that with Dissidia, but like now you have like a multiverse within like the Final Fantasy VII universe, and I'm like, Sora's gonna show up in the next game, isn't he? Like that's
why not? That'd be great.
Why the fuck not?
Why not? He's good. Oh, that'd be phenomenal. Oh man, yeah. I'd love that.
So I'm trying to remember, like after Nibelheim,
in the original game, after Nibelheim, you'd go through the mountain, you would get to Rocket Town, get the Tiny Bronco. This is the original game,
but you already have the Tiny Bronco.
You already have that. So, where you would go from there is you.
So right, it's the search for the keystone.
Yes,
because at this point you've learned about the Temple of the Ancients.
Yeah.
And so you do go back to the Gold Saucer to do that, and now they're like basically Don Corneo has like tried to take over the saucer from Dio, and so they're having this competition to determine naming rights.
That's how they get. Oh yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, and again, anything that I hate in these games, I'm going to always blame Amano for, because I fucking hate Amano.
Is it Amano or?
Oh, sorry, I keep saying Amano.
You keep saying Amano, and I'm like, that? Amano's great. He has great art. He's just an art man, Julian. Leave him alone.
It's his name is easier to say and remember. Nomura is the one that I can't stand, and he needs to leave.
Yes,
because like every time that there's like a really terrible character with like music behind them, I blame Nomura.
Mm-hmm.
So like Kairi, the mercenary wannabe, she's got just a god awful theme song that plays when you're helping her. And then there's did you get to I think it's Gus in
Gold Saucer?
In the Gold Saucer?
No, I did not get to the
Immortal
Gold Saucer.
Gus.
No.
He was in the original game, but now he's got
deal.
like a Nomura glow up, and also he's got his own theme song that fucking sucks. And so then when you go to do the big battle, it's like just like Coliseum battles against like Corneo's people.
Yeah.
Hotch and Koch are there again, and they have a whole rap song that they do to introduce the proceedings, and it made me want to shoot myself.
That's cool. That sounds great.
It's also mixed really badly. Like it's super low.
I feel like that's in the original soundtrack, and I remember not liking it very much. I can't remember though.
The rap?
The rap? Oh, is it?
No, they're rapping. Like
no,
they have lyrics.
Not the original soundtrack. I'm sorry, I misspoke. The soundtrack for this game. I feel like it's in the soundtrack for this game, and I because I have the soundtrack and I've listened to most of it, and I remember being like, "What is this song?" and looking it up. I will say, as much as you know, Roche is kind of just he's there. His theme song, his music's good because they had to make new music for it, and they went very jazzy with it because that
stuff is good.
That's a Suzuki joint. That guy's great. I love that guy.
Yeah, no, all of the jazzy stuff in the game is really good.
I want them to just let that guy compose a soundtrack for just an entire game and just do his jazz stuff and just bass. Man, that would be a great theme. Just jazz JRPG, fucking just really lean into that shit. Be cool. That'd be really cool.
Yeah.
They won't do it.
So you do, you do all that and you get the keystone.
Yeah, sure.
And then
that was how it worked in the original. You went to the Battle Coliseum, blah blah blah. Yeah.
And you start to fly towards. Wait.
Do you fly towards the Temple of the Ancients in this one?
You start to fly towards the Temple of the Ancients, and then that's when the Bronco goes down, and then you're going through. You're using it like a boat.
So
I might have misremembered that a little bit, but you definitely end up like water.
Sure.
Like in the water for a while, and you have to go there. It's before that. I forget why you go down. You just go down. That's what because he keeps talking about like the weight limit in the Tiny Bronco because there's too many people.
Oh,
and so eventually like it just crashes and you make a water landing and then he basically fixes it up to where he can
use
pilot
it as
like
a boat.
like a boat.
instead of it being shot down in an escape from Shinra while they, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, I hate that. That sucks.
Now I will say that like the reason that Shinra comes to Rocket Town I thought was always lame. Which is that they needed the tiny Bronco to find the Temple of the Ancients.
That never made any sense. Now that you mention it, but I mean, you can change that. You can
change that. Yeah,
that's easy to do. Just give them a different excuse. We're here to check on the fucking rocket, dude. Like that's ours. Like we're gonna need it for something. Don't worry about what
myriad of different ways you can do it.
Yeah.
And it means I guess we're also not going to get to see Palmer get run over by a fucking truck.
That's one of the best parts.
Yeah, but that's what I keep getting on is like as Final Fantasy tries to be more and more realistic with its graphics, it's harder to do dumb shit like that.
Yeah.
So because even in the original game, it's like, where did that truck come from? Like, there's no roads here.
Don't worry about it.
But yeah, so then you basically are making your way to the Temple of the Ancients. I will say that like the CG for when like the temple forms is very cool.
Oh, I believe it.
It's not actually standing there like by itself.
Yeah.
It like basically like appears as a bunch of blocks like in the sky, and then they all like kind of form together into the temple. It's a really cool
that sounds awesome
thing. And the temple is completely different from the original.
Okay.
As far as like, going through it and stuff, you break into separate parties.
Oh man.
Aerith has to
I had the funniest. I'm sorry, I don't know if I've ever told this story about the original Final Fantasy VII experience in the Temple of the Ancients. My friend and I got stuck there for, I believe, at least 2 days of playing it because we could not figure out that you had to walk behind something. We just couldn't figure out that, like, it just kind of like it was fixed camera, so you had to walk behind something. We could not find that, so we sat there for days. Where do we go?
I got stuck in the part after the Temple of the Ancients that was the Valley of the Ancients,
City of the Ancients,
the City of the Ancients, because it was very hard to read.
Yes,
and there was and I think also there's a part where you have to sleep. And I didn't realize that you had to sleep.
Yeah, I believe
to trigger the next
something like that
story bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like Aerith has this whole mechanic where she's like gathering life stream energy from like fallen enemies and also just like items that you break.
That kind of makes sense.
Yeah, and she uses it to like basically. It's actually a pretty cool dungeon because like there's parts where like the gravity is all fucked up. So like you'll walk into a room and like you look ahead of you and there's a whole bunch of Shinra soldiers that are like upside down because for their gravity they're fine, but to your gravity they look upside down. And there's parts where like there's little rooms where you alter the gravity and reorient yourself.
That's pretty neat, actually.
Yeah, I like that. It's a pretty good dungeon. And then she's doing stuff where she's like rebuilding parts of the temple because parts of it are kind of like broken out and like in like a maelstrom, and so as she adds life stream energy, it like basically normalizes everything and allows her to go forward. Cloud starts to act weird, which is in line with what's going on
for sure.
He starts to. It was funny because I saw in our Discord, Archimedes was talking about like. It seemed like in the Rebirth version that like Cloud was like he was going to be the one to kill Aerith because it seemed like very different from the main game, but like that happens in the original game where like there's a part where he tries to kill Aerith under Sephiroth's control. I just don't think it's communicated very well. Like doesn't he kind of like you're pressing the button and he's like he starts to like bring his blade up.
Yeah.
And then he like laughs or something like that. Like he's acting like really weird, but it's just a little like chibi version of him. So it's not very.
It's a little clear. Hard to read if I remember correctly. Yeah. I always got the impression that like he was fighting the mind control. Basically, that was happening, and like it was happening, but like he would he was fighting it off or whatever. So yeah.
And that's happening here, and they're doing a better job of communicating because he just starts to act like harder and colder, and like there's a part where he's just like, "Come on," like what like like kind of barking orders at people, and then also like he just straight up kills like a couple like Shinra soldiers in cold blood, like after we've already beaten them.
Yeah,
and he says like, "Don't worry, it's not death, it's a reunion, or no, it's a homecoming." That's what he says. And so they're getting a little bit more weirded out about him and everything, and you have a two-tiered Turks fight. Like one of the parties fights Song and Elena, and then the other party fights Reno and Rude. So that's it's kind of neat. But and then like right towards the end, everybody has like these individual trials that they have to go through, except for Cloud.
Okay.
Which really just boils down to them walking slowly through areas, and there's no combat, but it's kind of just them dealing with shit. So like,
sure,
that's where they acknowledge Yuffie's party member from the intergrade stuff.
I like that for more character stuff. That fits. That's pretty cool.
You end up seeing like Coral like before everything goes to shit as Barrett. He's got his arm back and everything.
Do they do that flashback before this part, or like the Dine flashback? I'm sorry.
The Dine stuff. I forgot to tell you about.
What?
I need to tell you about Dine. Justin,
what happened with Dine?
Holy shit! They couldn't resist.
Yeah,
you're fighting Dine, and it's like this typical. It's like I've got a machine gun arm, you've got a machine gun arm. We're evenly matched. And then after you stagger him, for no reason, he grows a giant Akira arm made out of metal. And he just starts whipping it around like a giant tentacle dong.
Well, that's what you do.
Yeah.
That's his power. That's always been it.
And it's like, why did you need this? And they also take out what I think is the best imagery in that whole segment, which is when he goes to commit suicide and he does like the
arm,
the
T pose.
Yeah, and then he gets killed by Shinra.
Oh, that's not it. No, god damn it. That's so stupid.
He still has the line about like, I can't hold my daughter anymore because my hands are covered in blood.
Great line. Awesome line.
One of an all-timer.
Yes.
But the actual way that he goes is not.
And it's supposed to be the whole like his and it's a tragic. No, god damn it. Oh.
And also the imagery with all the crosses up on the cliff, right? Like, and he's matching them as he falls into the ravine of his own accord.
Yeah. It's really cool, but I feel like there's a lot that they are just like afraid to touch. They're like, well, if he commits suicide, that might not be a great message to send. It's like, you got like, listen, we got to stop being afraid to do some of these things. Like that's
and it's and I wonder because it's like suicide is very much a big part of like Japanese media.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if they are trying to, because games don't sell in Japan, right? Like the Japanese gaming market has been like abysmal since the PSP days. Like once the PSP became a system and everybody started playing Monster Hunter, like Japanese gamers kind of stopped giving a shit about consoles.
Yeah.
So it might just be that they are like, making games for a worldwide audience. And I get that makes sense.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, we got plenty of suicide stuff happening in our media too. So
there's plenty of horror games that deal with that sort of thing. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I don't like it, Julian.
They thought that they were smart enough to tackle slavery in Final Fantasy 16, which, that sure was handled delicately. No.
Oh God.
So they have all their trials, and those are actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, that sounds pretty
story
cool,
bits and everything. The actual grabbing of the
hold on, stop. Do you fight a wall?
Yes, you do.
Okay,
you fight 2 walls.
Okay. Oh, that might be one too many walls, but okay, that's fine.
Yeah, no, and you fight the red dragon.
Okay,
so
great.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just checking.
It was funny too because I remembered fighting the dragon. I was like, oh, cool, that's a really good like modern rendition of that dragon. Yeah. And then I was like going through the dungeon, I was like, I feel like there's a demon wall in this dungeon. Yeah. Obviously I remember demon wall from like Final Fantasy 4 and 12, and so it's a recurring boss. Yeah. but I'm like, I feel like this game had a demon wall because I know 9 does.
Right.
And then sure enough, it shows up. It's like, there we go.
Yep.
Yeah, demon wall.
Good old demon wall.
Yeah. And also like a good demon wall fight, you've got a limited amount of time to do it because otherwise it will crush you.
Yeah.
And so Kate Sith steals the black materia and he gives it to the Turks.
Okay. And
then I'm trying to remember what happens after that, like how Sephiroth because like there's this really weird handoff part where like Sephiroth has the black materia,
yes,
but then he like tosses it away, and then Cloud picks it up and gives it to Sephiroth, and I'm like, why did you do it like that? And there's a part where like Aerith tries to run from Cloud.
Okay.
So I think she gets the black materia, but then like this part I don't remember. It was dumb and I think that's why I don't remember it very well because I just kind of like tried to forget it. But eventually, end of the day. So actually, this is kind of weird and very confusing.
Okay.
Because in this section, and again, you never know like if you're dealing with Sephiroth or not, right? Like because you're seeing things, and a lot of times like you do see that like only Cloud saw Sephiroth and nobody else did. Here it seems that everybody does see him, so I'm assuming it is supposed to be whatever is the real Sephiroth,
right?
Because jury's out on that even in the original game on what constitutes the real Sephiroth,
which I always kind of enjoyed for some reason.
But he gets the black materia, and it looks like he casts Meteor, like right then and there. And then, like, basically, Cloud passes out at this point. And then this is the part where the game is like, we just got to move it along. So you just wake up on Barrett's back, and you're in the Forest of the Ancients. And basically, like, all of like, the Aerith leaving the party and like you going to search for her, like that just happened off screen. Like they're like, well, we heard from Aerith that like there's a supposed to be a city of the ancients like through this forest, and she went off ahead, and we're going after her, and it's like a smash cut to the next part of the game because they're like, we need to finish this.
So let me ask you before you've actually skipped over something else that was rather important. At least
I might have forgotten something.
At least in my memory of the original game. So in the original game, if I remember correctly, the temple collapses, and the only person that can get it is Katesith, because he's not real. And wasn't like the temple itself the black materia or something like that?
So they don't say that part. The black materia is definitely like just a materia.
It's just in there.
But Kate Sith does like, so there's like this like pressure plate that the materia was sitting on.
Okay, that's how they explain that away then. All
once you take it off, it's like a temple or it's like a Raiders of the Lost Ark thing where like it sets off everything. It's like the self-destruct thing. So he is using the Moogle to hold that pressure plate up as long as he can while everybody gets out.
Right.
And that's his big sacrifice. But then, of course, he shows right back up immediately.
Shows back up. Right. That was always kind of the
same
gimmick.
Voice. Because he starts talking with like a Texan accent, like for the rest of the game in the original, and so I thought it was supposed to imply that like it was a different Kate Sith. Like I mean, obviously same pilot, but different robot, and so it talks differently. But here it's just the same Scottish accent.
Right.
So.
Because this is up until the Temple of the Ancients, like Katesith steals the keystone to the temple, right? That's what he steals, wasn't it? Or
that's what he stole. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, he didn't. He doesn't take the black materia. He takes the keystone.
He takes the keystone, and then so Shinra gets in there first, and then Sephiroth gets to the black materia, and then I'm trying to remember how it goes in the original. I don't know how it goes in the remake. Yeah. Sephiroth gets to the black materia, and because
in the original, like Aerith leaves the part, like you're following her, right? Because like you don't have her in your party during the Temple of the Ancients either, right? Because
I can't remember that.
Isn't it that you're seeing like you get visions of like her like ahead of you, like talking to the planet, and the planet is like leading her?
I believe City of the Ancients, but she's kind of wilding out in the temple. Like she gets there and like she starts like having like some like wild, like she kind of goes like full blown like ancient mode. Like very quickly,
and so she still does that here.
Yes, when you started saying that, I was like, okay, that tracks actually. So because I remember her being in the party up to that point. It's directly after Temple of the Ancients.
That's when she leaves.
That's when she leaves.
Okay,
in my memory, I
think
off.
You're right, because I always think that she dies in the Temple of the Ancients. No, and it's not. But yeah, so they just kind of flash forward to like, oh, we're just going through the forest, and now here's the City of the Ancients.
No, well, to be fair, I always hated this part of the game. I love the search for Aerith because you have to. Because basically, the important part
is where the world kind of opens up to you. Yes, in the original game.
Yes, for the most part, the world's kind of
via the tiny Bronco.
Via the tiny Bronco, exactly. But your entire point is like you have to find where the I believe it's just the forest of the ancients, but you have to do it through that.
Oh, Bone Village.
Bone Village, yes, and Bone Village is kind of miserable. I always kind of hate that mini game. Then you got to find the key to the ancients, and then you so you do that, and then you go through the stupid forest.
So that's all gone.
Yeah, honestly, it's not very much missed. That it's the forest part of it. Fuck it, that's fine.
Well, and that's what I said about both Rebirth and Remake is that there's parts of the original game that needed editing, right? There's stuff that needs to be cut out and other stuff that needs to be added. Right. So I'm actually totally fine with it. I just thought it was kind of funny because it felt like, oh, we got to move this thing along.
Yeah, no.
Oh shit.
Honestly,
there's so many assets to make. Right? No, just cut it.
If there's a cut to make, that's a good spot to make it. I think.
Yeah, I agree.
That's perfect because, really, it's a lot of floundering at that point because in the original game it was like, well, now you got to find where the thing is, and like you right. So you're just riding around in the Bronco.
There was a part in the previous 6 games that was always like that, where you would get to a point where it's like, okay, you've got your mode of transportation now. Go find the next thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And basically that boiled down to like go to every place that you haven't been before, talk to everybody, and eventually you'll find the thread.
Eventually you'll figure it out. Yeah, you need to find this place, but figure out where it's at. And so that's and I get editing that out. I totally do. The important thing
coincidentally,
go ahead.
I was just to say the last time that I played Final Fantasy VII, the HD version, was actually the first time that I listened to No Cat. And I stopped right about the time that I got the tiny Bronco because I was like, I don't remember where to go next. And I kind of...
Oh, Temple of the Ancients? They don't tell you where the Temple of the Ancients is either. So you have to...
No, they don't tell you anything once you get the tiny Bronco.
You have to flounder around. They tell you what you're looking for, but you don't know where it's at. So, I mean, you can... When you see it, because you're like, oh, that's clearly a temple. That looks like it's
I think there's you get a clue that like a rich man has the keystone and... Like somehow you're supposed to infer that that's Dio, and it's like I didn't really get rich man from Dio. I mean, obviously he's in charge of the gold saucer, but like I just got wrestler dude, from him.
Yeah, the important thing though about the City of the Ancients part is basically I believe Aerith kind of talking to Cloud in a dream of some sort. Like she kind of, if I remember correctly, and I'm probably botching this.
And they do have that part.
Okay.
And it gets really weird because she gives Cloud her materia and it's empty. Like it's not milky white, it's clear.
Okay.
And that's in the dream. But then he has it.
Okay.
And this is also where it gets super confusing because then they start flashing into the world with Zack.
Okay.
And like, so
this is where
Biggs has gone off.
Okay, this is where I figured they would be like, okay, now let's start getting weird.
Yes,
this would be the time.
So Biggs has gone off to destroy the Sector 6 reactor.
Sure.
And meanwhile, Marlene tells Zack, that he has to save Cloud because if he doesn't save Cloud, then Aerith is going to die because it happened before. And he doesn't believe her because she's a little girl, but she says that it was a man with long white hair.
Okay.
And so then he's like, oh, like there's no way that she could know what Sephiroth looks like or whatever. So then he believes her. And so then he gets to this part, he gets on his motorcycle and he's like, if I go left, I can save Biggs because he's going to blow himself up in the reactor.
Right.
Or if I go right, he wants to go find Hojo to do something to wake Cloud up out of his like coma.
Okay.
And this gets really weird because you see both scenarios where he goes to find Biggs. And then they both get killed by Shinra soldiers.
Sure.
And then it cuts to him like going to Hojo's lab and getting gunned down by Shinra soldiers.
Okay.
And then Cloud wakes up.
Okay.
And Aerith wakes up in that world.
Okay.
And they talk. And is that where she gives him the materia? I think she's the one that gives him the empty materia.
Okay.
And then, you're in the city of the ancients and, it's weird. That part is actually almost identical, right? Like the design and the walk down and she's praying.
Yeah, City of the Ancients is just I always loved the look of it. It's like this weird Atlantis world.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's really
and it looks
it's really
great
pretty.
In Rebirth.
I've always been really fond of the music. Even in the original, like it's kind of rough sounding in the original, but like there's something like otherworldly about it that's really cool. And I've listened to the rendition in the new one, and I was like, man, they fucking nailed it in this. Like, it's really cool.
I didn't like. I actually felt like a lot of the music, especially here towards the end, like really receded into the background for me, and
that's fair.
It didn't hit the way that like the original did. But as I was getting up to this point, I was like, all right, here we go. I'm about to be very angry, aren't I? Because what it's going to boil down to. Oh, because also I forgot to mention the whispers start to show up again.
Good
from the last game, right?
Glad to see them.
Yeah, and they make a point of like, but these aren't the whispers of fate. These are Sephiroth's whispers, which whatever that is supposed to mean.
God damn it! Oh, we're going full Kingdom Hearts. Okay.
Yep. And I'm like, you really made this trilogy just to give people a happy ending, didn't you? Like you just have to save Aerith. That's what this whole fucking thing is about, isn't it? And so you get there, she's praying, and then Sephiroth comes down, and Cloud, it's all in slow motion. Cloud races, to try to stop it, and then ching, he blocks the sword.
Oh boy,
and Aerith is fine. And then it cuts, and there's blood on the ground, and Aerith has been stabbed.
Okay.
And it's like, I honestly am still not quite sure what happened.
Okay.
I think the implication is that like there was a version of the universe where he saved Aerith.
That's exact, Julian. You fucking nailed.
But it's not the one that we're playing.
Yeah.
Because she does die, but that's also really weird because he keeps seeing her and talking to her, and so it's really unclear until the very, very end if she's actually dead or not.
Right.
It's super annoying.
So they make it clear that yes, she is dead or no?
At the very end.
Okay.
At the very end.
Great.
But it's kind of really up in the air like the whole time.
So
but they still do.
Be.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that might be the next game, is that she's going to be in there in an alternate universe. Okay, oh god, I'll get there in a second.
Yeah,
they couldn't help themselves, Justin. They just couldn't help themselves, and it's so annoying. And it's like it's okay to save some stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like we all know there's another game. You can hold stuff back.
Yeah.
But they still do the the materia drops, and like right when it drops, the song hits.
Okay,
right? And then you fight the Genova boss, right?
Genova,
like that's
Genova life.
But you do, but
yes.
crucially, the music, the era theme is not playing during the boss fight, which is missed opportunity. Like that.
Go ahead. I'm trying. I can't remember what Genova that was.
Like the fact that like that bot, you have to go through that boss fight while that music is playing while you're reeling from her death is amazing.
It's great.
And then it goes disc 3 crazy, where all of a sudden, like Cloud gets whisked off to another place, and he's fighting Sephiroth like 1-on-1 with Sephiroth with the big black wing out because they can't help themselves. Just like you did in the last game. Honestly, the last part of the game is almost 1-to-1 identical to the ending of Remake.
I wondered about that.
As far as like, yeah, all the whispers floating around and all of the weird shit and you fighting Sephiroth. But then Aerith shows up and she's like, we'll fight him together. And it's like, this would have been really fucking cool at the end of the next game. Like, because I always thought, even in the original one, I always thought it would have been cool if there was like a manifestation of Aerith that like you see that like, you know, helps you, right? Like it would have been this really emotional thing of like, she's been gone for so long and here she is.
Absolutely.
She's been on the ground for like 2 minutes.
Right.
And it's like, oh, she's back and she's here to help you for this fight. And it's like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, no, save it. I don't know.
Save it. Just like you should save the form before the one-winged angel form. Remember the really big, awesome, multi-story, tall Sephiroth that multiple party members fight?
Yes.
The two parties fight?
Yeah. Before the one-winged angel one?
Yes.
Oh, God, what's his name? Oh, I used to know this name. Damn it, Julian.
It's fine. You know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, I was right about Genova Life, but I can't remember the Sephiroth variant. Oh, no. Sorry, it bothers me.
It's fine.
No. Go ahead. Continue. You're telling things. I'll get there.
So it cuts to Zack, doing, I forget what it's doing. Like, oh yeah, because he's like in the church where you meet Aerith, and then like meteor is coming down in his world, but before it does, he sees Sephiroth, and then it cuts back to Cloud. Oh yeah, because at this point you start fighting Sephiroth as multiple party members. So like that big version of Sephiroth pops up, and it cuts to the rest of the party, and so the party keeps changing. I will say I was very annoyed that like they forced Kate Sith in my party a couple times for this part, because I'm like, why are you making me use this guy? But so you're fighting as like different party like makeups. This big Sephiroth. But then at a certain point, it cuts back to Cloud, and then you have a chance to do a synergy attack because Zack is there. And like they go back to back, and Cloud is like, Zack? And Zack is like, hey, what's up? In that very Zack way. And so then you double team this version of Sephiroth and fight him in what appears to be an alternate universe. Like it seems like this version of Sephiroth is attacking multiple worlds at the same time. It's completely unclear. Yeah.
Nomura might be the worst fucking writer I've ever just.
And let me be clear, I don't know how much of this game he actually wrote. I know that he had like producing. He's like a producing credit and like. Yeah,
I mean that's fair. I
don't know how much he's actually involved because he's actually said like, oh, people will like attribute this to me or that. It's like I didn't have anything to do with that, and it's like. But they were inspired by you.
Yeah.
You've got 20 years of doing this shit.
So like, much of this.
It's tainted the whole company.
Oh, it was Bizarro Sephiroth. How did I forget Bizarro Sephiroth?
Oh, well, that's not what they call him. They definitely don't call him Bizarro Sephiroth in this one. I forget what they called him.
They use that version. Wow, that's fucking.
Yep. Yeah, they couldn't resist, Justin. They just
dude, that's the end of the game. Northern Crater.
Well, they already blew their wad in the remake with the final Sephiroth showdown with the cutting back and forth between Cloud and Sephiroth. So why not? The only thing they have left is the actual one-winged angel fight. Like,
that'll probably
you got to play to the end of the third game to get
I'm gonna
Supernova.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that's what they do. Yeah.
Yeah. And again, I cannot stress enough, and this is also a problem in Crisis Core. like the reason that the song is called One Winged Angel is just because like Nomura thought it was cool to give him a one wing for that final boss. He probably was inspired by the final Kefka boss design.
I mean, yeah.
Of 6.
Well, he did that.
We'll make him look like
he did the.
Oh yeah,
he did the.
Yeah.
Well,
I thought he did the statue, but not Kefka.
I believe
he might have done all of it.
I believe he did the whole tower. I actually.
Okay,
yeah. No,
so,
credit where it's due. He.
No, yeah, yeah, so he was probably referencing his own work,
Indeed,
right?
Yeah.
Like, and it's like, this will be a really cool thing, right?
Yeah.
And then they made it like integral to the character, and you know, like everybody has a single wing in Crisis Core. It's like Sephiroth and Geo and Genesis all have a single wing.
Of course, yeah.
And you know, in Remake and Rebirth, Sephiroth is always like shedding black feathers and flying around with this one wing, and it's just like it was just a cool song, guys, and a cool boss design.
Yeah,
like that's what you do for a final boss, or that's what you did for a final boss in the 90s. Like, I don't know what to like. It wasn't like core to the character, but they made it Crisis Core to the character, and it fucking sucks.
Good one.
Thank you. But yeah, and so you defeat Sephiroth, and like Zack. Oh yeah, because Zack actually like falls into oblivion at a certain point, and so you beat Sephiroth on your own. And I forget. I don't think they even have like the scene. No, they don't have the scene where Cloud like lays her body to rest like in the water. It just cuts to them by the water, just like kind of looking out at it.
Yeah, that's kind of iconic.
And then she's there next to Cloud, which again, I'm like, wait, is she alive or dead? I don't understand what's going on. Like, are we cutting between realities, or is it just that he can see her? And they keep that like ambiguous right up until the end. So then it cuts to like Sid rebuilt, like he basically gets the tiny Bronco back airworthy.
Okay,
like, puts the wings back on. They're just like, I guess, in a field near, like the like near the Forest of the Ancients or whatever.
Sure.
And Cloud's talking to Aerith, and you know, he says, "Are you going to be okay here?" And she's like, "Yeah, I'll be fine." You know, and if there's any trouble, I'll shout or something like that. And it's like, but you're fucking dead. Like, I don't understand what this dialogue is. And so they leave, and she's there, and then it cuts back to Zack, and he says something about, you know, universes. I forgot to. So the reunion is the reunion of multiple universes, Justin. That's what the reunion is. It's the reunion of the multiverse.
Oh man.
And so Zack has some sort of dialogue about how, like, you know, universes can be torn apart, but sometimes they can collide again. So who knows what'll happen in the future.
I mean, I should have guessed it. I mean, right from the beginning of the game, when they just go, here's Zack doing some shit. You're like, okay, that none of this makes any sense in the context of what happened last time. But okay, whatever. I guess I should have. I mean, where else could they go with it other than this is an alternate universe? I don't know where else
Yeah. And I think they had telegraphed that at the end of Remake anyway, but it felt like they were at the beginning of this game. It felt like they were going to do something more interesting with it than what they ultimately did.
Yeah. So basically, it feels like what you said kind of earlier. Okay, Sephiroth is not just a threat to this particular timeline and planet; he's a threat to all of them now. All of the existence on all timelines will be ended by this guy, so we gotta stop him. I guess it's not great though. It's just not.
And I think, and I don't know how much of this is actually a reaction to people's reaction to Remake, or if this was the plan all at the whole time. But it's very much starting to feel like the Star Wars sequel trilogy, where, you know, they started out with a thing, and like it's almost like the inverse of it, right? So like Star Wars The Force Awakens was like a very like tried and true Star Wars movie.
For sure. Yeah, I'll agree.
You know, it's like, hey, like we're gonna make you feel a lot of nostalgia for all this stuff, but we're also gonna introduce new characters and new stuff.
Even I watched
it's like, okay,
and it was pretty
it's
decent.
like, okay, cool, I'm on board. I like these characters. This is fun. Then the next movie comes out, and the other guy is like, I'm gonna toss all of that out the window, and like everything that you think you know about like the Jedi and Luke and stuff like that, and it's like, okay, like that's actually an interesting place to go. I think the actual plot of the movie is shit, though. Like not the stuff with Luke or the Force, more of just like the actual A to B plot of what's going on is terrible. But I'm interested in seeing where you go with these concepts. And then the third movie is like, we're going to throw that out the window, and instead we're going to do this other thing. And ultimately you have 3 movies that feel completely discombobulated and disjointed from each other.
Yeah.
That feels like what's happening here, but instead the big like swing for the fences, throwing stuff out the window was the first game. And then the second one is like, no, forget about that. We're just gonna bring you all the nostalgia that you wanted.
We're going timelines route now. It could go anywhere. We could do anything. You don't know. And it's like, okay, but do you know what you're doing actually? Do you know where you're going?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I don't know.
Yeah. So it left me like not really. I'm not excited for the third part. I mean, obviously I'm going to play it, right? It's a Final Fantasy game. But I really don't know what the plan was. And I keep going back to the idea. I was thinking about it so much in this game where I was like, you guys could have done a much simpler graphic style and just remade the game as a single game and then do this.
Right.
Like, because obviously, you know, they set out with the idea of making like a sequel / retelling of the thing where anything could happen.
Yeah.
Right. But it's so predicated upon like you having knowledge of the previous game or the original game. And it's like, I have no idea how people who this is their first experience with these characters in this story are getting through these games and enjoying them.
There's I have no idea either. No,
because even divorced from the original plot, like it just doesn't make any sense.
I felt that way about Kingdom Hearts for the most part too. So
yeah, and people love that shit.
People love that shit. Yeah. I think you know, as somebody who can relate to this, and I will relate to Kingdom Hearts fans, and they'll get mad at me here, and that's fine. But I feel there is a part of me in my soul that when I don't fully understand a plot and it's very confusing and doesn't seem like it's going anywhere or maybe something like that, I'll start to fill in the gaps a lot. And sometimes that filling in the gaps kind of makes it more interesting because your fan theory shit starts to go like, oh, it could be anything. It could be this thing. It could be this thing. And like, it's almost better if they never explain it because then you're left to your own devices and thinking and filling in the plot holes and stuff like that. And I think that's where a lot of Kingdom Hearts stuff comes from. And then when they explain it later, it's why like it's slowly gone downhill as people have gone in that series. Like 2 maybe was the peak, and then like every one of them after. I this is what I'm calling right now. 4 people will hate it because they'll explain something in the universe, and everybody's gonna be pissed. They're gonna be like, "No, that's not what I thought that was. This is bullshit." And like, I don't know. It happens to us all.
No, I was just listening to Red Shirt Cinema Club this week, and they were covering Prometheus.
Yeah,
you know, which started as an alien movie, but then it wasn't an alien movie, but it kind of is an alien movie.
It kind of is.
And it kind of explains like a bit of the origins of like the space jockey and the xenomorphs and stuff like that. And their whole thing was like, sometimes it's nice to just not know.
Yeah.
You know, and I think back to the prequel trilogy, and I'm fine with the Star Wars prequels. Like, you know, I think episode 2 is not a great movie, but I still have fun with it. And then episode 3 is actually one of my favorites. So
the problem,
but did we need to know like Darth Vader's like
that's what I mean,
childhood and up?
That's
like no,
that's always was my problem. Even when they first like announced them, I was like, it's like, but we know what happened. It's the problem with almost every prequel, basically, that especially that. But it's like we're gonna show you the story of Anakin Skywalker. I was like, well, I know how it ends. Like I don't like. I mean, I guess I get to go, ooh, this is where he turned a little bit more evil, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. And sometimes you end up ascribing like weight to things that you don't need weight for. Like, look, I love the Solo movie, but I don't need to know like where he got his dice. Like that's not a thing that needed to have like a backstory to it. Right. Like little things like that. Or you know, great example within this context. I don't need the Buster Sword to have some sort of like amazing legacy of it being passed down from person to person. It can just be a fucking sword.
It's kind of better if it just is, actually.
Yeah, but in Crisis Core, it's like, you know, it was Angeal's sword, but I think his father gave it to him, and then Angeal passes it on to Zack, and then Cloud gets it from Zack, and it's like, why can't it just be like a commonly made sword that Zack had one and also Cloud had one?
Yeah.
Like, why does it have to be this like bespoke sword?
To be fair, the Zack story, the Zack to Cloud transition does make sense.
That part is fine.
That part's
it's
fine.
the part before that.
Yes. No, I get it. Absolutely, like, 100% behind you. Yeah. No. But yes. Yeah, no, you don't need that much. It could just be like, no, this is the sword that people in Soldier use. Done.
Yeah,
the end. Like this is what they use.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Well,
so
Julian,
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, guys.
That sounds awful. I hate I'm glad I didn't finish it. You're right.
There's parts of it that are very enjoyable that I skipped over. I wanted to focus on the stuff that I knew would just really like steal your soul, because I know how important this game is to you.
The original, yes, and it still is. Yes. I'm gonna probably start pretending that the remakes don't exist now, for my own sanity. But then again, I kind of have to know where they're going to go with the third game.
Oh, of course you do.
I do. Yeah. I kind of got to know.
And you'll buy it, and you'll play it for as far as you can get, and then we'll have one of these episodes where I tell you where it veered wrong.
Who knows? Maybe I'll like really...
Or maybe it's going to be great.
Maybe it'll be great.
Maybe it sticks to landing.
Maybe it does.
It's not going to stick to
landing.
I don't
think it's going to.
No.
They're going to...
And I think, and again, like what I talked about earlier in the episode... If this was just an original Final Fantasy game that they had spent all this time and effort on, I'd be fucking stoked.
Yeah.
Like, it just seems like a waste of like resources and time and manpower and creativity.
There was
remember when they used to announce multiple numbered Final Fantasy games at the same time?
Yeah.
I miss that shit.
Yeah.
Now it's like, it seems like they're not even sure. Like, you know, it's like, I guarantee you, there is not a Final Fantasy 17 in pre-production right now. They have no idea what they want to do with a Final Fantasy 17.
No, they don't. Absolutely not. Well, I mean, never say never. I'm sure artists there are drawing stuff and hoping something looks cool enough to be like, oh, what if we did this? That's probably where it's at right now.
Yeah.
But who can say? Yeah. So, I don't know. That sounds like it's Final Fantasy VII. Kind of a bummer. But at the same time, not super unexpected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we'll end it there.
I think that's a good place to end it, Julian.
I'm actually kind of bummed out going back over it. I'm not even going to do the normal like ending of the show. We're just gonna get out of here.
That's good. That's fine. I'm good with that. Yeah.
No. Yeah. There's only like 2 of you left listening at this point anyway, so
they are furiously typing right now. They are pissed at us, and that's fine. I don't care.
It's okay.
I didn't. To be fair, I didn't play it. You did, so they can be mad at you. I can just. All they have.
Yeah, this is just my opinion. Yeah. This is just my opinion. Like, I mean, but I know you would have felt the same way.
No,
like,
I was. It's one of those things that when I got done with the first game, I was like, well, this is either going somewhere really interesting or it's going to be complete batshit nonsense, and it's sounding more and more like it's just batshit nonsense. And
again, it's because so much of it, like 95% of it, is beat for beat.
Yeah,
And then that last 5% like is kind of nigh incomprehensible.
Yeah. That's
and not necessary, you know, like as much as I would have been angry if they kept Aerith alive, at least it would have solidified that they're going in a extremely different direction.
Yeah.
Right. But it doesn't seem like that's the case either. So it's like, I don't know why this exists. And again,
because
you could have made an actual remake for far less money.
Yeah.
That probably would have sold way better.
Probably. I mean, just playing the first game, like that was immediately where I was like, oh, that's probably where they're going. They're probably going to not kill Aerith off. And then we we do alternate universe thing. And just the one alternate universe. Now they're obviously doing a multiple worlds are in danger storyline. Get prepared for 5 Clouds versus Sephiroth in one of them.
God,
I could see it.
The opposite of the Hurly Burly fight from Matrix Reloaded, where instead of 100 Agent Smiths, it's 100 Clouds versus 1 Sephiroth.
Yeah, absolutely. But like. When they did all the shit at the end of one, I was like, well, if they do it to do that, I think it's kind of a weird thing, but at least, like you said, they're going in a different direction with it. As soon as you do that, the door is open. Now you can, it's like, okay, well, what would have happened if Aerith was alive? And it's a completely different, interesting thing, I feel. And then you can play off of like the flashbacks from the first game of like, oh, this is what happened. You could do a weird time loop thing. I don't know. There's a lot of things you could do, but I don't know. Yeah, it sounds like incomprehensible nonsense. So great. Awesome. Yeah. I'm glad the company's going bankrupt. No, I'm not, but
no,
they're not going bankrupt. They're fine. They're just they're just fucking up a lot.
But then credits where it's credits due, right? Like they just released Dragon Quest 3 HD, which sounds great. They're the ones publishing Mistwalker's Fantasian, which is like, that's actually kind of awesome, right? And they are releasing it physically, which is even awesomer. So I've got that on pre-order. I've been wanting to play that game for ages.
Sure.
And you know, it's like looking at what they did with Dragon Quest 3 HD. It's like, what if you just made a new Final Fantasy game like this? Like, just try it. Just try it.
I mean,
like, you don't even have to make it like a numbered Final Fantasy. I was just
gonna say,
but
you don't
because Octopath Traveler 2 would have sold a lot better if it was called Final Fantasy VII.
Any of the Octopath Traveler games would have if they would have just been like, hey, this is the Final Fantasy Weird World or some shit, like some sort of weird spin-off thing that they did, you know, like just have that and everybody like, oh, what's this new Final Fantasy game? Let's check out this weird little spin-off thing that's meant to trigger this nostalgia or whatever. Yeah, that's cool.
And to be fair, Octopath Traveler 1 outsold their expectations, but then 2 underperformed. So same thing with Bravely Default. Like the first game did better than they anticipated, and the second one or the next 2 games didn't do.
No, that's about right. Yeah, that's about right.
But
okay,
we're done.
Yep.
Thanks for listening, y'all. We'll see you next week.
The Stage Select is copyrighted and owned by Space Monkey Mafia Productions, specializing in independent podcasting. Please consider sharing the show with your friends and support us by joining our Patreon or donating to our coffee. Thank you, and good night.
I am Big Ben, God of the Loom, creator of the fabric that builds the life. Will I be trapped in the vehicle after an accident if I am wearing a safety belt? You could be, whether you are wearing a safety belt or not, but you can unbuckle a safety belt, even if you are upside down, and your chance of being conscious during and after an accident, so you can unbuckle and get out, is much greater I will kill all things that enter my realm. I know where you sleep. I know why you dream. I am the reason you breathe the air that you breathe. If my vehicle has airbags, why should I have to wear safety belts? Airbags are in many vehicles today, and will be in most of them in the future, but they are supplemental systems only, so they work with safety belts, not instead of them. Every airbag system ever offered or for sale has required the use of safety belts. Even if you are in a vehicle that has airbags, you still have to buckle up to get the most protection. That is true not only in frontal collisions, but especially inside in other collisions. That's right. If all worlds were to collide, I would end you all. I am the beginning. I will be the end. The light, the hand that douses the candle. If I am a good driver, and I never drive far from home, why should I wear safety belts? You may be an excellent driver, but if you are in an accident, even one that is not your fault, you and your passengers can be hurt. Being a good driver does not protect you from things beyond your control, such as bad drivers. Most accidents occur within 25 miles, 40 kilometers if you're not American, of home, and the greatest number of serious injuries and deaths occur at speeds of less than 40 miles per hour. Safety belts are for everyone, but not for me, because I am a god that knows everything. I know what makes you tick as a man. I know why you have hands. Don't worry about it, how to wear safety belts properly. This part is only for people of adult size. Be aware that there are special things to know about safety belts in children, and there are different rules for smaller children and babies, especially because I will kill babies. If a child would be riding your vehicle, see older children on page 1 through 31, or infants and young children on page 133. Shut up. Follow these rules for everyone's protection, or I will find you. First, you'll want to know which restraint systems your vehicle has. We will start with the driver position. Is that enough?
It was enough like 3 minutes ago. Excellent.
Okay, good.
I think I'll put the full thing like at the end of the show.
Enjoy that, yeah.
It took me longer than I would like to admit to realize that you weren't reading something that you had written like whole cloth.
No.
I thought that was just like weird musings that you had about safety belts.
Nope. You'll when the Jacob Washington conversations happens, you'll be like, oh my god, that's what he was reading. That fucking idiot.
Okay, excellent. Okay, here we go.